So, hello, everybody, and welcome, everybody, to WARNO League Grand Finals of the Season 4, as we have Pro Kami versus Team in Place coming up for us all here in a best of 5 Grand Finals. Two former champions, two of the best WARNO players of all time, the first time that somebody will be crowned as a two-time champion, which is surprising. It took us quite a while here to get to this moment, but today there will be the first two-time WARNO champions coming out of this. And both players are getting ready right now. Picks and bans are on the way. We have a great prize pool of $342 already. As always, you can help out on Metrino. 3 more codes remaining there, guys. And yeah, let's get this all on the way, guys. Pro Kami versus Team in Place, and I think you're ready as well, aren't you, Clorid?
I am absolutely ready. I'm just thinking about looking at these former rounds and thinking about all the upstarts that
Okay,
these.
wait a minute. We are ready, but it seems like what the hell is going on? Why can this not work? Discord audio is not ready for us.
What?
Well, give me a second. I hear you, but the stream I don't believe can. So yeah, say something now.
Hello, everybody.
No, that okay. It wouldn't be a stream without some technical issues.
Please says that you can.
Okay, you guys can hear him? Okay, why does it not show up then? That is wild. Okay.
Well, but anyways, I was just thinking about all the upstarts that we have gotten here. We have that got trampled on the feet, so to speak, of these repeat champions, or one of them soon to be repeat champion. And we have the eternal upstart star deck. We had Joker, who unfortunately kind of ran out of steam at the end of their league career for this season. Skific, of course, hugely hyped, but currently also having some social reasons to not play WARNO as much as usual. And then Bend Over, who bravely, solidly kept to only playing Americans and got really far into it. I don't think other people have done anything like that on this level. And then, of course, always have to put most of my emphasis on Lathan's, my personal one of favorite players, who got kind of yeeted by Dark Neutron in a really, really tight series earlier on this. But Lathan's before this kind of pioneer in the start of this league. Lathan's popularized largely, I believe, the 79th opener meta, which has become nearly hegemonic on this level, relying on the really strong anti-air and just the good fundamentals of 79th with the potential to do like mid to late game air assaults. I think that was the first time I started seeing that. And nowadays 79th is just the main standard A to S tier division everybody plays.
Yeah, and that brings us to talking a bit about what these two players are bringing in here, as the stats of these two players are pretty exciting as well. So let's switch over to that, as we can bring that up here as well. As I just messed up my... Oh no. I just closed down the cheat that I prepared, so we're gonna go over the division picks and bans then for this season instead. Starting with the division picks and bans, or let's do that over here, as we can see it a bit better at this point, where we have one division looming over the whole season. And I wonder if we will see it today, which is Tourney of Panzerna, the Polish division that hasn't been banned as much as it should have, it feels like, because it both has a insanely high pick rate, 26 games played, and it also has a really, really high win rate. 20 games won, 76% win rate. The second and third divisions here coming in with even below 50% win rate or a clean 50% win rate, showing that, yes, it makes sense to pick them. They are still not terrible, but they can be countered. But 20th Panzer got through so often and still, had this insanely high win rate, which is pretty interesting here. So it feels
Yeah,
like we are a bit in an armored meta right now.
yeah, I think I actually kind of have a psychological explanation, or at least an investigation for this. I think the reason why 20th Pancerna is not banned as much, even though it is extremely powerful with the win rate, is because it is its strengths are not as visible as with some other divisions. So with the Polish, you don't have a massive tech advantage. You get T-72s, pretty all right ones, not even the best ones, and your infantry. It's not there are no like horror units. You don't have the unit that you hate the most, and even the stuff that actually does carry the 20th onto this win rate, it's still just 4-man recon squads, and it's very easy to imagine yourself preparing and dealing with those 4-man recon squads with the Honker Russes, and also imagine yourself dealing with T-72s. But the Polish, the whole concoction, the whole system of 20th Polish, when it works together, it might be the best division in the game right now, at least in this current meta and in the league. Considering people look at each other's plays on this level, and they change them, so there is a kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy there. But yeah, the 20th, there is no like one overpowered thing. There is no one unit, and in that way, it is easier for players to argue to themselves that, well, I can take them. I know what's coming. I can take them.
Yeah, and the only one division has a higher win rate, but that one has been banned a lot more. 56
Yep.
movie still up there. So the
Speaking
VDB.
of divisions with horrible super units and very easy to point out mental images of Afghanzi and Deshantiki Sturmovaya RPG 22s, those massive squads coming at you in mass. The BMP, the Vet 1 BMP recon opener. There's so many things that you can just immediately just want to shake that division off your concern list. And but with 20th Pancerna, it's like, well, I am a polite Polish recon man, and I carry with me a very reliable and very versatile main battle tank force. But don't worry, we only get a few BMP2s, so we're not gonna be pushing with those too much. It's way more approachable, so to speak.
Yeah, it's also really interesting. Like out of the top 10 divisions, there's only one non-armored division, which is 2nd Panzer Grenadier, which is still pretty heavy. You could maybe argue for 4th Division as well, but like 2 mechanized and 8 armored division here in the top 10. And the 1st Infantry Division comes at slot 12 with the 9th Infantry. Then we get a second Infantry right behind it. And that division we will see quite a bit likely today, either banned or picked, as that is still one of Pro Commie's favorite divisions. So I'm pretty excited there. And we are currently going through the map vetoes for the two. And we have Omen, Urban Frontlines, Hesse, and Chemicals banned. And the first map will be Black Forest. And that is going to be interesting as well, as both of these players, no, that's not the one. There we go. Yeah, both of these players playing quite different maps. Like, this is over their whole league career. So these go back quite a while, and Vertigo, Death Row, and Two Legs are here on the top because that's the maps that we had in the past. But Pro Commie, big Mount River fan. Pro Commie, big Vertigo fan as well. Black Forest, a bit lower here. Teeman, really solid on it, but both have a really good win rate on it as well. 100% win rate for Pro Commie on Black Forest, and a 77% win rate for Teeman on this map. So, Black Forest here, first map, gonna be interesting. This may actually be still the old Black Forest. Yeah, I think this is the new Black Forest, which is currently the accurate one. So, not that many games on it. 50% win rate on that out of 2 games. Both of these players only faced each other once so far in the league, and it was a draw in a best of 2. So yeah, it really comes down to the Battle of the Giants here. They haven't played against each other that often yet, and I'm really excited to see it. T-Man coming back from a bit of a hiatus earlier this year. Pro Comi wasn't quite as much around in the heyday of T-Man plays in the early access phase of WARNO, where he just completely dominated after Karma left for a while. And it's really interesting to see if he can come back and claim that number one spot again, which Pro Comi arguably had taken from him in the competitive scene for a while. And yeah, I'm really excited for this grand final here.
Yeah, both players are known for their slow and steady play styles, with T-Man really being famous for not being the micro player, doesn't necessarily even use the hotkeys, but really is just extremely calm and collected and always making good decisions. Like T-Man hasn't really had that many uh, like yeah, that it hasn't had a signature style because T-Man being a streamer plays so many of the divisions. There are too many divisions. If you're going to play all of them, you're not going to really develop your own styles necessarily unless you kind of find a niche and then start exploiting it, which is something that T-Man has done before, with Pro Comi being very specifically an artillery player, a very, very good user of ground attack aircraft, especially the fast MiG-21 bombers in any divisions that they come in. And Pro Comi also having the skill to successfully play numbers with fire support units to the point of actually succeeding with zero vet tanks. Zero vet tanks have been Pro Comi's signature for longest time. I've always telling people Pro Comi is allowed to do that. You are not allowed to do that because you will not control your units well enough and you will put your tanks into permanent stun lock. But Pro Comi having such a good grasp on building and engagements. I like to call it manufacturing engagements, where you have a series of movements starting often with recon or infantry pushing forwards, and then basically playing the map and putting your forces in a position where the numbers of the tanks become overwhelming. And with this being supported by Procomi's famously very aggressive artillery usage. And when I say aggressive, I mean that the artillery is really close to the front line, meaning that its effectiveness is maximized because the shell travel times and such, don't actually give the enemy minimal amount of time to move away. And with T-Man has become an artillery player as well as the artillery meta has gone forwards. But really, I do think that this is kind of T-Man's game to win here. Pro Comi is reliably plays similar tactics and similar divisions from season to season, always getting good results. And I think that kind of puts T-Man into a position of countering. And we will be, of course, everybody here, stream watchers, as I am myself, arguably the first commenter in T-Man's chat ever. Fun fact. Uh, we are all very excited if he's going to draw up some weird stuff. I want to see the French 152nd, is it? Not 156th. I want to see 156th. I want to see something completely wacky. I want to see 82nd Airborne. I just want to see T-Man really express himself at the toppest of top levels, where he has always belonged. And updating here, T-Man plays is banning 9th Panzer. Very smart to ban 9th Panzer, which seems to be a comfort division for Pro Comi on Black Forest. Pro Comi bans 9th US Infantry, the experimental division, the Dutch Armored Division 4E, and 5th Panzer. So bans the aggressive infantry division that T-Man has used before, and bans the two main Leopard 2 armored divisions. T-Man counters by banning 56th, which is the Afghan light infantry, Afghanistan occupation light infantry division, the one with the BMPs and the T-62s, the one really overpowered, as well as 5E. And this is outside of ninth US, I would say that this is really a cornucopia of top tier divisions so far. And Black Forest being a slow map in that there are not as many points to be gained from the zones. So games on Black Forest are very rarely finished by singular attacks. So the armored division with a limited but capable infantry component is generally what people want to play here, because armored
Ooh.
divisions have more stuff for the late
Yeah,
game.
and we see 20th Polish being picked here. So once more,
Yeah.
the most win division in the game not being banned and immediately being picked. Yeah, the 56 and Knife Panzer. The Knife Panzer ban, 100% a ban against Pro Commie. The 5th E ban, interesting as well. If we have a look here at the play rate of these two players, what they play division-wise, then we see that that's the one that I just crashed earlier. That we have second UK being the top pick for Pro Commie. Team in Place has played a lot of different divisions over the years. These are from the old days, Ward 19th and 7th Panzer. 7th Panzer, he still comes out with a couple of times, but we haven't seen it in a while. But in general, you see that, yeah, Team in pretty flexible, surprisingly packed heavy here on the top, whilst Pro Commie mixing it all. TKS coming in here. That was one of his favorite divisions back in the day. Second UK he dominated with in Season 3. And Knife Panzer, oh no, in Season 2. Knife Panzer, really good division as well, which he is currently favoring. That's why they got the ban. But 20th Panzerna, we don't really see on this list. Only played twice so far, but 100% win rate with it. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited to see that. And I'm pretty excited to see what T-Man is going to counterpick with.
Yeah, T-Man here counterpicking with a heavier tank division, something with Abrams's. The Leopard divisions got banned away, so those would be a natural counter for 20th Polish or 9th or any T7 division really. But T-Man here has a chance because T-Man has now forced Pro Commie to basically play a little bit more aggressive than what Pro Commie generally wants to do, which is playing 9th Panzer. So 9th Panzer is also the T-72 division, but it's all of its specialities are focused on slower gameplay, and Pro Commie may be given a chance to basically try to do an aggressive mechanized attack. And if T-Man is calling that Pro Commie is going to play this way, that Pro Commie is not going to waste or at least misuse the very powerful opener advantage of the Polish, then T-Man could prepare either an aggressive division to immediately strike against the expected mech attack in the expected areas. And of course, on Black Forest, you have the sawmill area, which is kind of separated from the rest of the zones, which is an aggressive airborne unit can easily take that. Or T-Man could alternatively try to go hard and turtle, just play to Black Forest's advantages and rely on the fact that you will be able to get a late game force that technologically surpasses the stuff the Polish get. At that point, maybe you have whittled away their Kub AA, and maybe you have Apaches for the late game, something like that. The Polish may not necessarily effectively be able to counter. Of course, against 20th Polish in the early game, you have to be on your tip-toes, tip-top gameplay, and T-Man plays, unfortunately, is known for losing openers. T-Man is going Div Mob! Hell yeah, this is what I'm talking about! Yes!
Div Mob, a really, really strong division currently. I'm also a bit surprised that this didn't got banned, as Div Mob has been the division that T-Man smacked Skific with, and it is still a really, really strong division. Came out a bit overpowered when we got it. Finally, a reserve division that really is up there in the meta again. Hasn't shown up in the stats really because it isn't out for so long, but its performance in League so far in the playoff stage is phenomenal. And yeah, that means two of the top divisions of the current meta, two of the top divisions of the league, facing off against each other. Div Mob versus 20th Polish. and I'm really excited for it. I'm really excited to see how T-Man approaches it. I think 20th Panzerna has the tools to deal with the spam. They have autocannons, they have some cheaper lighter tanks to stop the mass wave of mech forces that DivMob can bring. Both sides have good artillery. The DivMob one is slightly better because it's so cheap, but the Anna with the autoloader is pretty capable as well and is more maneuverable, can maybe counter battery. So yeah, I'm really excited for this, how the opener goes and how Teeman approaches this whole thing. The lobby is open, so we hopefully will get a game here in a minute, and I'm absolutely ready for this.
Yeah, like the thing is that T-Man picking a reservist division, a Belgian reservist division with the Korean War equipment, is basically handing out technological superiority for the Polish. The Polish can push west like they never could in the 16th, actually, no, the 17th century. The the ability for 20th to just reliably know that the slower the game goes, the more important, like their crucial tank forces that cannot contest the whole map, but can contest, for instance, the back points on the map. The back point, which is the only 2-point zone on either end, which are very difficult to reach generally. But those, they are reached from the open areas where tanks with sufficient recon and anti-air coverage can just rule. And T-Man is really going to have to play this aggressively for this fact. And it's going to be so interesting.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this as well, as this is a hot matchup. Session is currently getting loaded. You can use that time, guys, maybe, to help out on Matcherino. And also like down below, subscribe and follow if you haven't done so yet, if you want to have more competitive WARNO in your life. Plus, big announcement, guys. WARNO League Season 5 is coming around as well. And sign up has started. Starting in late September, we should have Southec by then. There's a 99% chance that Southec will be around at that point. So if you're hyped for some refreshed WARNO with new maps, 10 new divisions, and you want to get into competitive play, WARNO League Season 5 will be there for you. You can, as always, find it on playersdl.com. Link in the Twitch chat right now. And yeah, Matcherino, as always, can go around here as well. So let's get around. And what the hell is the leak? Really excited for Pro Commie versus Team and Plays here, guys. As
Yeah,
these
dude.
are two of my favorite players. They are the two of the most interesting players with really varied strategies. The win rate of them is insane. Like if we have a look here again, 75 and 78% win rate. I mean, Super Chavi has spoiled that it should be around in September quite a couple of times in the Discord chat. So
The
let
leak is in my goddamn pants with this game. Interestingly, Procomi is streaming this, so if you want to go and watch their perspective, I believe he speaks mostly Russian, but I will link this in the Twitch and YouTube chats if you're interested in the point of view.
yeah. Win rates here 75.86% and 78.13%. So both above 75%. Like everything above 60% in competitive play is insane. Being above 75% is just kind of mental. As these players have been around in Division 1 for so long. So that's not against people on ranked ladder where you sometimes get a rank 2000 or so. No, this is against the crop of WARNO players. And they have 75% and 78% win rates here. So this is really, really phenomenal. And I'm really excited to see what we will get here out of these two once we get into the match. As that should start any second now. Okay, lobby is still up. It seems like Bro Komi might have to adjust one or two things in his deck. So yeah, time to sign you up, guys, for WARNO League Season 5. It will be split once more into 4 divisions. So if you're a new player and you want to play against other beginners and get into the competitive scene, tippy-toed, sign up, you will be put into Division 4 with other newer players or more casual players in the WARNO scene. And if you're a hotshot and you want to get into the competitive play, being really high ranked currently or so, get in there as well. We will slot you into Division 2 or 3. And obviously, all you top players who have signed up before, get back in there, guys. I'm pretty certain South times will be great. Big patches coming up, 10 new divisions, new, like, 3, 4, 5 new ranked maps. It's pretty wild. So this will be exciting. And yeah.
Yeah, Commy's stream went down, and he's saying in Discord that his ping is shit, and this is would be very unfortunate if any cable operations in the Baltic Sea would cut us off from the game. But let's hope. So far, I mean, ping, of course, is an issue in all games, but I think even with a relatively high ping, I think Procomi is completely competitive. It will just be way more annoying for him to play. The disconnect really is the thing I'm afraid of.
Yeah, and here we go, everybody. Setup is on. We can get into game number 1. Procomi versus Team in Place here on Black Forest. And we're gonna have Team in Place on the left side as DivMob versus Procomi on the right side as the 20th Panzerna. The maybe 2 top divisions of the current meta here facing off against each other. And I'm absolutely excited to get into all of this.
Yeah, it's very interesting because neither of these top divisions really has the tools to deal with each other. Like the ability to deal with even a small group of T-72s for DivMob would require a pretty wide front line of first ATGMs, which are not the best quality for DivMob, even though they do get some capable ones, and or alternatively with a massed like obsolete tank attacks on close ranges where they could, with numbers, penetrate T-72's armor. But on the other hand, the amount of guys that DivMob can put out, and the fact that DivMob does open with forward deployment ATGMs in form of my favorite unit in the game, maybe the Paramog, the Unimog Para, with 50 cal machine guns and a Milan 1 launcher. Only 4 rounds, though. It being a forward deployment unit kind of does get balanced like that. But it will be able to at least challenge Procomi's stuff early on. Its targets, the opener ATGM's targets should be recon vehicles, BRM1s especially, being very important with their radar recon.
Yeah, and we have the setup starting now. I'm pretty excited to see where Team in Place is going to set his forces. Like, there are, I think, 3 approaches here for him. He could either push for Charlie and get the forest fight with DivMob, and just say, taking the infantry fights. He could go for the classic push towards Bravo in these buildings in front of it. Or he could go maybe for the northern route, trying to encircle Bravo with a lot of light forces, a lot of ATGMs and so on around. I don't believe we will see the massive focus on to Foxtrot. Maybe a bit of an early contest there to force a couple more of Procomi's forces there. But that's not DivMob's fighting spot. They don't quite have the long ranges here. They don't have long range ATGMs like Milan 2s are strong when they hit, but they have a bit of a slight disadvantage to the American and packed ATGMs in that they only have 2,425 meter range. So a bit lower there. But yeah, Procomi here coming in with Malyutkas, coming in with BMP1, with the light Polish, obviously the Honkarus. So will be even faster there than the couple of paras that the Belgian reservist division here on the left side gets. That really kind of shattered the meta when it first came out. Skific got completely rolled over by Teeman when they played, and not expecting this reservist division to be as good as it is, as it has a lot of spam coming your way, and it has the forward deployment. Like, that mix of forward deployment AA, plus endless human waves and endless old end of World War II, Korean War era tanks. It's going to be exciting here.
Yeah, the tanks they have are the ones I got playing War Thunder in 2013, I think. No, maybe a little bit later, 2015.
Yeah, but they have been out for a while. They
Which
are.
used to be the top tanks in the game, by the way. I spent like hundreds of euros for them.
Yeah, exactly. And that has been a while ago, just like their heyday in history. The Korean War is where M47 and M41 really had their time to shine. But WARNO brought them back in the 80s, 89 in here, and both of these are fighting. And thanks for the follows, guys. Thanks for the membership, Kinsey, and the Twitch Prime, Super Shavi. It's great to see you all being around, guys, and being as excited as we are as these two glorious WARNO League champions here facing off for their second title each. And yeah, the first 2 times champion here being crowned today in this best of 5, meaning that we might have 5 hours or so ahead of us here. But maybe it could also end in a big sweep, though I wouldn't know who of these would be able to do that. Like, they have been both practicing quite a bit lately again, and Timon has been streaming quite a bit lately again, and they both look pretty damn fine when they play.
Yeah, I would not put money on the sweep right now. I don't think that's going to happen. The risk analysis says that this is going to go for quite a few games, and a lot of those games are going to be pretty long, I think, with maybe one exception, two if things go bad. The T-Man Plays is bringing out a group of the M41 Walker Bulldogs, and that is actually sending them up to Charlie. And next to them here, the SDRA 8, the reason maybe that the Belgians are saving all of this equipment so that these guys can go and sell it to warlords in Central Africa. They are accompanied with the reservist paracommandos, and they are actually going both ways. The paracommandos are going to go up to Charlie, whereas the close range fighting special forces SDRAs with the satchel charges are going to go and hold a pretty interesting corner in Alpha, the town of Alpha. If you look at the buildings that these units are going into, they are not in a position to defend at all, but they will be gaining excellent recon coverage if Pro Commie is pushing up here. And that's actually quite a good usage of a recon forward deployment unit. Uh, Knowing that the Honker Rus is going to be faster in any contested zone, the T-Man is sending the slower truck into a position where their unit cannot be spotted, but it can spot.
And yeah, here we go. Malyutka P coming in on the other side. And this is going to be exciting with T55 AS here and a T72 M1 coming up around immediately. The AS is really scary for Bravo and Alpha, as it has those mine-clearing rockets that can just annihilate any infantry that it hits basically instantly, or at least leave it at 1 or 2 hit points maximum. And they only have a reload time of 60 seconds. Their aim time is pretty short as well, so you can delete infantry in a constant fight in a town quite quickly, and the enemy basically has to constantly move once these have fired, or try to take them out, which is not easy. So big advantage there for the town fights that the Polish have with those AS series tanks. And yeah, Procomi obviously focused on the south here. Charlie will fall to Teeman. Teeman invests surprisingly many units up there. Not that big of a point investment actually, with the M41 only costing 40 points. That's one of the main reasons why it is so good, giving you a mechanized unit that has a decent pen and especially a great rate of fire coming around here. The man with the triple 20mm as an anti-helicopter tool to deal with any light Polish helicopters, which we haven't gotten here so far, outside of one Mi-2 US recon helicopter, but that can't deal with mechanized units at all. So, yeah, Procomi going for the classic recon into position rush, followed by a really solid and standard mechanized force behind it, and Teeman coming up with a bit of a split here of his forces and spreading it all across the map.
Yeah, there are a few details here. In the veterancy, we can see that there is at least one card, probably more, of veteran BMP1 Pekota Schmeck, which will, of course, hurt the numbers that Procomi can bring out in infantry later in the game. There's also at least one card of veteran T-72s and one card of veteran Cubes, which puts the maximum Cube count at 4, I think, because you only get a single one with the veterancy too. So Procomi's picks here with the veterancy are speaking of an aggressive plan, not wanting to play into the late game, and but yeah, with all of these recon taking frankly pretty standard positions here. And if Procomi can get Bravo, which seems to be like completely obvious at this point, considering T-Man is not contesting it, that will give Procomi basically the fortifications on the west side of Bravo, the buildings and the halls which can hold a lot of units, get excellent sightlines, and can help the mechanized force to push either southwest or northwest. Northwest, of course, being a little bit more dangerous for mechanized attacks.
Yeah, and yeah, the forces here, the classic Pro Commie opener there. The double vet coup is basically in every division that he can bring them in, as that gives the unit a good bit more accuracy, and with that, a good bit more reliability, especially considering that it also gets range stacking on top of it. Aim time helps out as well to intercept maybe the bomber just before it can drop, so that is quite helpful as well. On the other side, veterancy pretty standard for Teeman, nothing out of the ordinary there. Zero vet on the M41s actually, but that's I believe the only point that you can bring them on. Like that's reducing it to 40% accuracy from the baseline 45. And they come in here to try to take off ground in the south. Yeah, ooh, we don't see the M47 next. We see the Belgian Jagdpanzerkanone 90, which is a modernized version of it with 2100 meter range.
There is a bummer. The
Oh,
Paramilan
gets the
missed target. Oh,
does he get the Helium plane? No. Plane will be out for a while. MiG-21 bomber there does get its job, and that might allow a bit of a push there through that angle. Milan 1 now replacing the Milan 2. As more the first provinciers come onto the battlefield here. The first of these really cheap, really annoying to kill 40 point, 12 hit point infantry units. They are terrible against mechanized forces. They have a 10 pen 500 meter range slow firing bazooka with low accuracy, but they are really annoying to deal with other infantry, and they also take a while to kill, and that's really their big strength. That for a cheap price you get a lot of stuff to throw into the enemy's way, and they have to find a way to get around it. So yeah, the JPK 90 coming in the north, Provinciers moving through there as well. Milan Vons, iHawks all coming into the rear here as well. As Team in place here trying to set up the defense of the south, but Brocomi is coming for Foxtrot and even starts to push towards Alpha now.
Yeah, Procomi is getting heavy into the MiG-21 bombers, which is very typical for them. The 155 reliable single shot killer with 10 ECM and 8 health, but still excellent tempo unit. Procomi immediately destroying the Milan 2, destroying an airborne squad, commando squad, and also striking against the Mistrals that managed to punish the first of the two planes. So all three planes are still in play, and then being bought this early means T-Man is bringing out 2 whole iHawks, which is quite a lot, and you do get a good number of them, and these things should theoretically completely shut down the MiG-21 play. They will one-shot the MiG-21s, and with numbers and with the good range and the fact that these are dive bombers, the risk of them getting hits is pretty nice. The possibilities. But Procomi will be able to counter this by buying artillery. The artillery piece, the Dana that they get, doesn't have the best range, but with Procomi's forces already having pushed out deep, I don't think it's unrealistic for Procomi to get the Dana artillery as soon as the Ihawks are spotted, because Procomi has already shown that they want to go for the air snowball. They want to take risks and kill anti-air units with planes. Just get rid of all the anti-air as soon as possible. The more anti-air you get, the more planes can survive, and the bigger the snowball grows. T-Man Special Forces and Provincial have pushed away the first infantry incursion into the town. T-55AS, being on very low health here, being victim of the Milans and Milan 2s. And currently, with T-Man having invested so much up north into the position of Charlie, Procomi is kind of in a concave here. Procomi doesn't have a critical mass of units at any point. The T-Man is currently, for the moment, holding a 2-point lead, but that is going to appear after Procomi gets the leader into the southern zone. And looking at Comi's reinforcements, there are Saperzi and there are Pekota Schmeck coming in, none of them into aggressive positions. So this seems to be the game seems to be transitioning into a little bit of a build-up, and that could give T-Man the chance to start pushing and testing around the lines here, and kind of employing the Warsaw Pact military doctrine of fighting a very large front line and then going and trying to exploit any of the weaknesses found there.
And here we come with the currently pretty busted 2 or 3mm artillery pieces, and yeah, stalemate frontline is excellent for them. I'm surprised they come this far in the back, but they have, for this heavy of a caliber, an insane aim time of only 22 seconds. And a provincial leader, no, that will go to the front line. I thought that might even get them up to 3-vet, but 22-second aim time, pretty low reload time as well, and they can smack any of these infantry units that might get spotted by T-Man really quickly. T-Man's Jagdpanzers here exploiting the lack of recon right now as well. And yeah, Procomi spreading out surprisingly much. I expected him to maybe put a bit of pressure towards Echo, maybe try to overrun the enemy AAA, like the Ihawk positioning that came up behind it. But his T-72s and co. did fall back. His MiG-21 bomber not able to get onto the Jagdpanzers here right behind the hill, and immediately gets shut down by the Ihawk. The Ihawks get revealed, get immediately pinged here by Procomi, but T-Man knows what's up, loads the Ihawks back in, and likely will reposition them. Oh, and loads them? No, yeah, will reposition them here. 2 Jagdpanzers go down at the same time, but first MiG-21 killed off. That means the air snowball is a good step more unlikely, because every air unit you kill is really important for that snowball.
Yeah, and immediately we see the Dana pushing in and actually getting into a defensive deployment at Delta. But Procomi has already marked both those Ihawk locations. But T-Man, being a smart cookie, has actually moved their Ihawks just slightly out of the way, so the artillery for the moment is harmless. And T-Man obviously predicting this as well, as you should when you're playing on this level.
Yeah, and the cheap BMP-1s holding back the cheap Jagdpanzers on the other side. So both sides here struggling to get a breakthrough right now, as that incursion of T-Man gets pushed back. Not the heaviest of losses. T-Man gets more units on the front line. The 2 or 3mm haven't been unloaded. I hope T-Man hasn't forgotten about them exactly, as I would have expected them otherwise to start firing already at this stage. So that also is always this critical point. Okay, no, he unloads them right at that second. Okay. As we at the same time have M41s coming around in the north, more of these cheap tanks. You have quite a lot of them. The cards are pretty nice that you get for the M47 and the M41s. So you can get a lot of these light armored units on the battlefield. Question is, how will they hold up against the bigger number of T-72s on the other side? I'm surprised we see the T-72 M1s with the smoke as the unit of choice here for Procomi. Like, a lot of the 20th Panzerna play that we, for example, saw from Skific was based around the T-72M that is cheaper, but also has lower range and especially no smoke. But Procomi likes to have his units be just that bit more survivable, I guess. So that's why he picks the M1s here.
Yeah, I think it's also pretty typical for if you're trying to play an aggressive, more or less aggressive mechanized deck, that you bring out the good stuff first. That's just kind of your rule of thumb. T-Man actually does have a pretty decent vision on a bunch of stuff here, and doing but T-Man is not marking down the cube, which has not moved from its position. With the, as you said, quite busted reload times, the long-term artillery are now they're actually targeting infantry positions into of the Polish forces moving into the town. So T-Man not trying to hunt down the coups. I guess that's pretty valid. You do get a bunch of bombers for Deep Mob, but don't necessarily want to rely on them, especially not if you're already on the defensive. So you can get these kind of engagements where the artillery can just win them for.
Yeah, and T-Man currently struggling a bit with the accuracy of those 2 or 3 millimeters if you bring them that far in the rear. But it's also a lot harder there to be counter-batteried. Dana, with the low range that you were talking about, will struggle to counter-battery them back there. So it seems like a classic T-Man safe play. Pro Commie on the other side usually has his artillery pretty close, has it this time around as well. At the same time, though, great kill on the Wilk there. Milan 2 out of the church tower, getting a kill onto one of only 2 T-72 Wilks that are available to Pro Commie, and that's the only T-72 with the full 2,275 meter range, which is a great asset to kite these M41s, for example, that now come towards them. And losing one of those 2 in that fight is pretty painful. I'm a bit surprised that he brought the Wilk up there in the north in the first place and didn't just bring it like the second one down south. T-72M1 under fire by the heavy artillery. Might even go down to the 1 salvo. Oh my goodness. Yeah, those 203mm artillery pieces are nasty. Killing off a full T-72M1 here. Dana's doing a decent job on the other side as well, but DivMob is keeping up the pressure here.
Yeah, this mods we out for Pro Commie is the key unit in the southern attack right now. T-Man has managed to basically lure a small group of infantry, including a very large infantry leader, into the zone of Foxtrot, and thus basically has recon advantage. This mods Viad is the only vehicle, pardon the pun, that the T-72s can ride to actually engage this force. If the T-72s push too far, they can get side-shotted, and if they move away from their own coverage, their own recon and own ATGMs, the M47s and the M41s can just get close en masse and stun these T-72s. And even though those things do get autoloaders, the stun is still basically a death sentence for a tank that's on the attack.
Yeah, counter battery here coming in. Actually being placed on the next spot as well, where you would expect them to maybe move. That's a pretty wise decision here by Pro Commie, something that you usually don't see like that. Yeah, this is... But, yeah, something that makes sense if you want to take those 2 or 3mm out, or at least keep them busy. Usually you don't move your artillery that far, because you want to get them shooting again, so... Yeah, shooting at the next best spot, and that's exactly what Pro Commie did here. Though the accuracy of the Dana coming in, not able to get a single hit, only being able to stun the 203, so will reduce its capabilities a bit, but won't really stop it from killing anything. At the same time, T-72's keeping up the pressure now on the south. M41's from the other side though, getting a bit involved as well. As the recon reservists there, the power commandos going down, and T-72's engaging M41's. M41s, they have penetration rounds. They need to use the kinetic rounds to get above the 17 frontal armor. They have to be really close to get that. So they can't shoot at the T-72s frontally from max range. You will need the M47s for that, which have heat rounds, which always deal at least 1 damage when they hit. But that also obviously will take a long time to kill T-72s. Best way to do that is with planes or the ATGMs here as DivMob. And the +2 here is nice for T-Man. 500 points on Black Forest, we have talked about it often, is a nice little lead. Much more impactful than on other maps, but it seems like Pro Commie at least is starting to clean out Foxtrot here.
Yeah.
And then the T-72s are going to be pretty annoying to deal with.
Oh no, Pro Commie is going for it. Pro Commie is sending a mechanized force, two T-72s, two infantry squads to push Foxtrot, but these infantry squads are zero vet. This is the issue of upvetting some of your troops.
Yeah, and he
And there's
also
no
misrallied his recon. He misrallied his BWRs, the BMRs in the Polish service, and they got killed off by the M47s around Bravo, meaning that they won't be around to spot for these T-72s, and that's hella annoying. Like, you want those BRM1s to give you the optics. They have recon radar, so they can really spot all those ATGMs as soon as they fire for you when you have them close to T-72, but they misrallied. They got into the enemy front line and got killed off by the M47s and the Provincieurs, and that's going to be annoying, as you don't get endless numbers of those, and third one, rather, is on the way now, and that will be helpful here, but yeah, he is not achieving the breakthrough that he wanted. M47s at least, and M41s got damaged. His cubes holding off the Mirage clusters. F16 cluster here might be in danger as well. Coop does miss. Second one does miss as well, so they will survive for now. Artillery on both sides pretty active too. Ooh, Mirage cluster coming around for the T-55AS at least. The Coop's out of ammo, but it gets hit by the last Coop round and it gets finished off by the Biusa, or the Shilka rather. And that's nice kills here, important kills for Pro Commie, not getting hit by the cluster bombers. That would have otherwise been a massive reduction of his force and likely allowed T-Man to get back into Foxtrot, get the tick back up online, and get further ahead in points, and that would have been quite a disaster here. So really important for Pro Commie to hold this, and now Pro Commie might get the right amount of tanks, of heavier tanks here, to actually be able to turn this around, but for now, T-Man is the one pushing right now towards the Bravo point, trying to get some infantry in there, trying to make that hella annoying for the 20th Panzer here as well.
Yeah, T-Man's artillery was standing still for way too long there, but the air attack kind of probably took all of his micro and attention. Now with the artillery striking against the forces on the middle of Bravo, and with the smoke helping the units, especially the command infantry, move into the zone, this will mean that the 2-0 with Piekota Szmek will in some moment probably get engaged on longer ranges and routed and pushed away. Meanwhile, artillery hitting really well for T-Man, even though there is no recon to spot for it. And there are so many infantry reinforcements, and we are already seriously down to 0 vet infantry for the Polish. The BMP-2s are also coming in 0 vet, with some of those T-72Ms, those smokeless builder variants, also upvetted. And even though Pro Communist Division probably does have numbers here, if they don't manage to break T-Man's back on Bravo, if there is no middle counterattack, I have a feeling that the southern flank is just too much for Pro Commie. The reinforcement road is too short. There is too many good units, too many stealthy units, too much sustainability under cover of the artillery. The southern front line is just not for Pro Commie right now. But meanwhile, T-Man barely has any infantry reinforcements. Oh no, there are 2 provincial going into the middle here, but I don't think that really warrants a massive investment. T-Man seems to actually be fortifying right now around the strong point concave of Fox.
Yeah, the Dana here coming in with good artillery. We see BMP-2s with Piechota Smeks coming in the center. T-72Ms here following right up, and that's where they shine. 145 points for 19 pen, 15 frontal armor, completely outshining the tanks on the other side. It's still 1 versus 3 against the M47s though, but that tank actually can kind of do that. T-55AS goes down. That's pretty annoying. That could have upped out in the south with the command provinciers, so killing them off in the smoke. Danas maybe want to fire into that next, as they just got rid of the recon infantry, and they had T-72Ms and the BMP-2s now pushing towards the M47s. Polish infantry have a bit of an RPG problem, so they are not quite as deadly as other packed infantry. And yeah, AV moving back, another one goes down as the Polish slowly pushing out of Bravo towards Alpha again. We have Timan having the north fully covered, so it's all about the southern part here, the open area of Black Forest once more, as he even got some counter battery damage against the 203mm lately, actually, but no kill there.
Yes, an engine destroyed with a Milan 2 gets a very key shot against the only tank in the middle currently fighting. Second one moving in to support it, but the first one is done.
Ooh, yeah, just dies as it kills the Iltis Milan. Just that second too late. Milan 1 gets killed off by the artillery right on top of that, though. And yeah, the mechanized forces here of Procomi getting a bit bigger. His helicopters getting replenished. Has a second Mi-24 now coming around as well. The Mistrals are pretty good against helicopters, though. So you have to be a bit careful there. Picatas Mech running in front of their tanks without the support of the IVs, and the tanks getting completely annihilated there by the cheap vehicles that DivMob can bring out. So that's a bit of an issue there. You have to be careful with 20th Panzerna. You don't want to run out of infantry on this map. Otherwise, your mechanized plop is completely limited to the open areas. And you always want to have the chance of pushing into Alpha here. Otherwise, this map becomes only about Foxtrot and then trying to get into Echo, and that is so predictable and so easy to cut off that I don't think this is going to be really viable. And only 18 minutes, 800 point advantage now for T-Man. It's time to start for Procomi to at least stop the tick and then start to get his own +1 at least online relatively soon here.
Yeah, the problem that I have with Procomi is zero.
Oh no! He kills the Provincials just as his BMP-1 dies. So this tick will stay alive, as the Milan 2 there of Team and Blaze just got into the right spot at the right time. And yeah, M47s go down to artillery, but at the same time BMP2s die on the other side as well. Procomi is not quite getting the snowball online that you want to get here with the superior force.
Yeah, as I was saying, the problem I have with Procomi is zero vet infantry that is here for numbers is that it's really difficult to attack with zero vet infantry. Like you get routed, you need to cross areas, you need to be outside of buildings, you need to like challenge the enemy fire supremacy, and zero vet infantry gets stunned down, put down to low cohesion, where they become abysmal at fighting and get routed, which is where you lose control of the unit. And the fact that in the early game, Procomi took so many veterans in 2 units and just never managed to get anything out of them, that means that in the late game, the compensating zero vet units are supposed to push through forces of fire support and even light fire support. Even the M47. The M47 has 3 machine guns, one of them being a 50 cal. The M41 has 2 machine guns, one of them being a 50 cal. That is enough to suppress zero vet infantry squads. Not to mention the fact that there's a bunch of Provincial in every building, because that 12-man squad is 40 points.
Yeah, the BMP-1s and T-72s here fighting it out. The Milan 2s, that's a limited and a finite resource, so everyone that is taken out there can be pretty crucial in the long run, as those are the only really deadly AT weapons here, together with the vehicle variants with the Striker and the Iltis Milan 2 there. But there are still a good amount of them left, and it's only 16 minutes here now for Procomi, as they are getting more and more BMP-2s and T-72s now towards the middle, where they start to take out some M47s. The Provinciers pushing in, M47 here, really low cohesion, struggling to get some hits on target. Provinciers actually might get some kills there. No, they get now shot from the other side. Okay, they will be having to fight the Piotr Smack here in a second. The Danas actually doing a pretty decent job, firing all across the map, and actually being a lot more active than the 203mm artillery on the other side right now, as T-Man is busy repositioning his units on the front line. Gets the Iltis PC into the zone though, and will actually be the one that captures Foxtrot, and with that go up to a +2, and this is really, really scary now for Procomi, as that means Procomi will need to get some more flags here on this map.
Yeah, T-Man doing a second wave of air attacks, the Coups shooting down first of the planes, and the Shilka and Coups taking down the second one. The air play on both sides has been completely shut down here, but T-Man is not even managing to take out the T-72 here. At least the Mirage managed to get home safe. T-Man is buying another Eyehawk just to fortify air defenses. Procomi hasn't shown any of their air units for a moment, which kind of speaks of a possibility of like a one big wave coming down, and you want to have the extra Eyehawk against that, because if that wave contains two planes that are targeting Eyehawks, well, that's why you want to have third Eyehawk.
Yeah, helicopter resupply coming in now. A bit late. Units of Procomi currently running out of ammo there a bit. But yeah, only one T-72 will get going down there to the cluster bombers. Cluster bombers being shut down. That's pretty key. The Coup's still alive, but Divmob is holding on, and that's really the big problem right now. T-72 M1D here, finally coming around to try to capture the south again. The Milan 2 number there has been reduced, but 3 strikers took their place. And Procomi not quite ready to push towards Alpha yet. I feel like T-Man maybe has moved too many units out of Alpha towards Bravo, as there is no second line behind these infantry units, meaning that if the units out in the open between Alpha and Bravo die, chances are Procomi at least will get into Alpha. But for now, those units are at least still there. BMP2s still going down here. Danas shooting all around the spot. Milan 2 still active. T-72 M1D on the other side getting smoked off, getting protected there, but the 203mm kind of don't care about that. Though they both get counter-batteried. T-Man... No, wait. Do they? I believe so. Ah, no, it got switched. He didn't go for the counter-battery. It was planned, but yeah, he moves out the T-72 at least in time. 203mm, not gonna get that. But it means that the T-72 had to be moved out again. And the Provincier leader can come in, get the take back online. Take is stopped for the moment, but still no take for Procomi, and only 12 minutes remaining here. Procomi needs to get more damage done here.
Yeah, Milans and T-72s have been trading against each other here, and if you look at reinforcement from Procomi has run out of veteran tanks, where now we're getting 0 vet T-72 M1s. Now these ones can still attack, because they do have smoke, and as I said, Procomi famously good at positioning units, but the amount of stuff that, and the variety of stuff that T-Man has here, the T-72 leader is getting in the Foxtrot, but there is no way realistically for it to push with any force here. The artillery needs to deal with too many armored AT vehicles. The swing fires are really close, and they can easily penetrate. 6 penetration, so 3 kill, 3 front shot kill against the T-72 M1.
Yeah, the BMP-1 and BMP-2s getting decent kills nowadays. But the M47 number is still high enough that another 4 can be brought up. 203 is actually getting even closer now. Provinciers coming up as well. T-72 M1D trying to get rid of the enemy leader, but has to be careful with the strikers. It's still 4 strikers here in the south, and still the T-72 plop hasn't fully been able to break the camel's back on the other side and just run through. There is still a chance that that happens, but it has to happen relatively soon, as you need to get that take online within the next 3-4 minutes, and then eventually have to go to Echo. And here come the Alpha Jet HEs. They are pretty annoying. They will likely be all killed off here, but they might get their bombing runs off. Oh no, they're going for the wrong targets here. They drop the bombs, but I feel like Procomi should be dodging most of it. 1 T-72 gets heavily damaged. Oh, but the Mirage cluster gets through! Oh, that's the follow-up, and it gets the leader, and this is then back to a +2, and this is devastating right now, because there is a BMP-1 leader coming up, but that's the only leader right now on the map. That was planned to go towards Alpha. It now will have to be diverted to the south, and yeah, Divmob is just doing it with sheer numbers.
Yeah, the T-Man has been able to... people call it spam, people call it stupid, brainless. I've said this many times, it's not brainless. the sacrifices that T-Man is making with the lives of the Belgian youth are they are all serving a purpose. The status quo is exactly what T-Man wants to keep going on, with every once in a while responding to something like that tank attack with the extra assets, your airplanes and if you would have a few helicopters, for instance, that's where you would buy them. And Pro Commie is once again forced down into the status quo. And T-Man sending these provincials, sending these M47s here just to apply pressure, just to engage a few BMP2s. Now we're seeing, as this engagement happens, all the Milan 2s participate in this, taking out the vehicles. And so even if the T-72s are destroyed by sheer numbers of shots, they are still getting destroyed here. And T-Man can trade badly. I'm not saying T-Man is trading badly. T-Man can trade badly, and this is still very good for him. And
Yeah, he gets the leader into Bravo as well, which is kind of devastating right now. That means it's a +3. That means the point lead gets even bigger. Milan 2 with a potential side shot against the T-72 gets the kill there in the south as well. The T-72 number here getting really dangerously low. Yeah, this is at a point where it seems to be irrecoverable at this stage, because the T-72 ball was starting to appear here to maybe have a chance of getting to Echo. You need that T-72 ball to have the chance for it, and it just got demolished by strong ATGM shots by the cluster bomber. And Mi-24's likely not going to be able to do that here. There's still the iHawks here and behind the lines, and that's kind of the only other unit right now that has maybe a bit of pushing power, but just not enough to really threaten the southern areas here. So really classic, strong DivMob play here, using the masses, keeping up the strong hitting ATGMs to strike in the moments where the enemy doesn't have the recon around for their tanks, and just killing them off that way, keeping up the lead and just pushing in whenever there is a bit of an opening.
Yeah, and it's not like Pro Commie hasn't been smart to this and hasn't been actively targeting all the ATGMs since the very start of the game. The first kills in the game were with were bombers striking at Milan 2s, but T-Man has just not allowed a gap to form with the numbers, which means that eventually, even if the enemy pushes through a few units, few ATGMs, and gets far enough, the reinforcements are almost constantly coming for T-Man, so the gaps can be plugged by fighting on T-Man's own side. That T-Man has this constant numbers advantage, and we're seeing even more Iltis Milans. There's still 5 more Iltis Milans and a Milan 1 coming up for the northern side. There's just so much stuff here. And no matter how you have the best player using artillery and planes to remove stuff, and you have the division with maybe not the most amount of ATGMs, but still quite a significant amount. You know, seems like the division that doesn't have to resort into relying on something like artillery is winning this on the long term.
Ooh, and the Dana's now even getting counter-batteried. The 2 or 3 millimeters really strong, and yeah, the T-72 ball just never got quite online, and that's a Black Forest thing. On other maps, I would, like Vertigo or so, the 20th Panzerna would have a big advantage in this matchup, but this is really where DivMob shines, where they can just use the width of the front line, the broken line of sights, and the just kind of weird engagement ranges to really abuse the spam potential that they can bring online. And yeah, we see 20th Panzerna's win rate maybe dipping a bit here, as with only 5 minutes and Pro Commie still not having a single point on the scoreboard, it is kind of impossible at this stage for him to come back just with the amount of points that are on the map. Even with a +8, you will struggle to get up here at this point, and you would have to get it right now, and that's just not going to happen. There's way too much blue on the map. T-72's once more trying to push forward now with everything they got, trying to break through, but the Milan 2 number still too good here. BRM wants still coming around. Strikers getting attacked. T72M pushing forward, and this is only going to stop the take. I don't think Procomi is going to get to Echo here. He's trying to get there, but I don't believe he will be able to do that.
Yeah. And MiG-21 trying to dive the Eyehawk. You know what division would have actually been pretty good for Procomi here? 9th Panzer. 9th Panzer would have the late game tools, the incendiary artillery, the extra bombers, the unit with the T-72 with the extra long ATGMs, which could maybe counter some of these Milan 2s and Strikers. And yeah, now we're seeing Procomi is just sending everything out there. There's a huge front line of ATGMs, and every time they take one out, there's the second one coming out to reinforce.
Yeah, artillery hitting the T-72 M1D even now, as that is disengaging now in the wrong direction and actually might get taken out there. Yes, 203mm showing its prowess. Alpha Jet plus Mirage cluster combo coming up again. MiG-21 not around. Procomi just wanting to take some engagements here now, but maybe considering what to do next game. And I would expect a div mob ban there, as yeah, we saw it around no matter what map we go to. Like, I would expect a Mount River game next, because I feel like that's the favorite map of Procomi, and I would expect us getting a div mob ban there, and then we'll see. I feel like we are up for 2nd UK at this point, if it doesn't get banned. Or maybe Knife Panzer if that doesn't get banned in the next game.
The Mount River being a division that Procomi plays plays really well is, I think, because it's like its size is small. The distances are relatively small, but there are so many layers of forests and fortifications, and then a little bit of forest and a little bit of fortification, that somebody who really relies on like map knowledge and preparing engagements, such as Procomi, I think can play really well in Mount River, especially on Mount River as the most important position, which is the one in the middle, is often gained with like opening dueling of micro, and your minute details in your opener preparations can define or decide whether you're getting the most important position at the start. And that's also something that top level player with a really good preparation can reliably excel against people.
Yeah, Mi-24D here, getting kind of shredded. Goes down there, T-72 M1 pushing forward. Mi-24 DAT2s both going down, and yeah, Procomi just kind of want to fighting it out here, wanting to show that he can take engagements, but yeah, Divmob's mass of ATGMs is just a bit too much. He didn't get his like traits that he wants to get to early enough against a division like that. Like, you need to stop the spammy division at the 20-minute mark and start to kind of steamroll at them. If you can't do that, then they're just gonna have too much to just chew through on the battlefield in the late stages. And that's exactly what happened. And Divmob, as we talked about earlier, is a bit too good at that currently. But that's maybe something to blame in a ranked game. In a league game, you can ban them, so that's all on you. If you don't ban them, you should be ready to play them. And it seems like Procomi wasn't quite ready to play them on Black Forest. Like, I think he didn't ban them because on other maps, for a top level player, they might be beatable with something like 20th Panzerna. But yeah, on this map, it's kind of tough when they just can use the space, use all the spots where you can just bring in stuff like the Provincial wave that we just see coming up now. And yeah, Team in Place once more doing it just like he did it against Giffic, and getting the grind here in game number 1. And we'll get the first score on the board.
Do you think that Procomi, if instead of going for Bravo with the mech force and having a small defensive force in Foxtrot, what if there was a small defensive force on Bravo and the entirety of the mech attack would have, and the anti-air and all of this would have moved into the southern area? because T-Man won this by the southern positions, by the fact that even after multiple engagements where Pro Commie early on seemed to be having control over Foxtrot, T-Man always had the positions to bounce back. If there had been like an actual forceful opener for Foxtrot, T-Man maybe could have been pushed into the areas that
Yeah, and
they
here we
ended up
go.
getting pushed there.
Game
Yeah.
number 1 is over. Teeman takes the 1-0 lead. And Pro Commie, yeah, in the end, KD also in favor of Teeman. I think it was somewhat equal there until the last 5-6 minutes, where then Pro Commie just decided to go for that big push because he needed it. But yeah, I think you have something there. I think Foxtrot being left to Teeman for so long and that weird fight around Bravo was a mistake. Like, as a tank division, you need to take that open spot base around Foxtrot. And yes, then you might get pushed around Bravo, but I feel like then you can also assert pressure onto the +2 point in the rear and have a bit more room for maneuver. And otherwise, if you allow the enemy to just get so many ATGMs around Foxtrot into those spots on the Southern Forest, if you don't take that Southern Forest, it's gonna be problematic, and that's exactly what happened here. Teeman really played that well. The artillery play maybe not even as good as it could be, but the 203s are just so busted right now. And yeah, well played here by our American, taking the first game. And I'm really excited to see what you're gonna get as map number 2. As yeah, I was right. Mount River pick for second game.
Protoss, did you show the audience the kill counts of Pro Commie's artillery?
No, I haven't gotten that far.
It's yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's quite insane here. Like this is the amount of stuff. Like Pro Commie did that, tried to kind of push through, just try to deal with the problems with the tools you get, and the problem was just too big. Uh, the the barrier wasn't as powerful as the flood. The barrier being the artillery.
and yeah, the Danas really doing a lot of jobs, but the T-72s surprisingly underperforming in this game. Like, they just ran into too many side-shot ATGMs. They didn't have enough recon on them. The double kill on the BRM-1 that got misrallied, maybe the biggest mistake in the game, as that didn't allow for the push at the moment where Foxtrot was maybe a bit open. So that misrally really costing Pro Commie a lot, and potentially the game there. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what we're gonna see in map number 2, as yeah, picks and bans have started, and you can use
Pro Commie banning one of T-Man's favorite divisions, 7th Panzer, and T-Man is currently writing. 7th Panzer being a division that T-Man plays when T-Man wants to play aggro. It is, of course, all T-72 divisions are more or less aggro compared to heavier tank divisions, but 7th Panzer especially having really good fighter bombers and also having special forces recon with the ground surveillance radars can it's kind of like a worse 20th Pancerna right now, but you also get like better infantry because you get East German infantry, so and you also get a way more strike fighters, 80 plus. But yeah, that division is banned.
yeah, and that's going to be interesting. DivMob, by the way, actually has a loss so far this season. It got played 3 times. As I said, it only came out in the playoff stage, so we didn't have as many games there. But yeah, 20th Panzer going now to 27 games, still 20 wins. It doesn't mean that 20th Panzer was bad there. It just was that DivMob currently seems to be the division to go on Black Forest. Like, that really was a great pick from Team and Place. And yeah, we have the 1-0 lead here now for Teeman. As yeah, bands are coming in. Knife, Panzer, 5E, 20th Panzer. Okay. 20th
Getting the
Panzer getting
medium,
bent.
we're really seeing that the all around medium tank division, whether they be the more aggro ones or the slower ones, whether they have the French tanks AMX-30s or whether they have the heaviest T-72Bs, all of these currently are in the meta. Now, Pro-Comi banning Div Mob and banning 56th, banning the technically light infantry, but really it is a heavy infantry division with BMP2 and T62s. So, what for Mount River, 9th US is open for Team and
Yeah.
2nd Infantry is open for Comi. Both of these are Mount River picks, I would say.
I would expect something like 79th, though, out of T-Man here. Like, he played 39th quite a lot. He played 1 at 19th quite a lot. 1 at 19th, I don't think is great on this map, but he is pretty good with it as well. But 39th currently not quite meta. 79th is just the better version of it currently in a bit, a lot of ways. So I would expect a 79th. And yeah, I'm surprised by the 5th plane day ban, because Pro-Comi is not really a 5th plane day player. Like, he only has played it once so far. So that's not really a ban against Pro-Comi. I would have expected a second UK ban instead, especially as that's a division that he played quite a bit on this map before, and he is quite good with it on it. But the 9th Panzer ban, I think, is the most important one, because that's his current like bread and butter division that he is really, really scary with, especially on Mount River as well. Though we might see a TKS map play as well. Like, that's a division that outside of Pro-Comi, nobody on the top level plays anymore. And he mostly played it back in the days as well, but he is still playing it sometimes, and he is still really scary when he comes out with TKS. So really interested to see what team it's going to pick here, and then the counter pick from Pro-Comi this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there are a bunch of divisions that Pro-Comi will probably counterpick 6. This being an artillery map with a bunch of like towers, and Pro-Comi, of course, being the number one 6th player, at least in my soul. 6th being a signature division for Pro-Comi. And if T-Man wanted to do infantry aggro, I think 6 could maybe deal with it with a bunch of different divisions. And having the T64s and the T80s, even in low numbers for 6th, does give them the end game technological advantage and the ability to contest middle in the opener, which is very important on Mount River.
Yeah, and we see a good amount of options here. We now, yeah, Pro-Comi saying to T-Man that he has the first pick. I think T-Man is just kind of considering what Pro-Comi is going to pick. I feel like second UK is such a high chance here that we see that. 6 Motor Strelky. He plays a lot in 2v2 tournaments as well. He is pretty good on good with it as well. Though I'm not quite sure if it's currently good enough to be considered. So that could be a Pro-Comi pick for sure as well. And yeah, I mean, if we go bread and butter, 8th US and 79th, I feel like are the divisions here for Team and Place. Not as easy to counterpick, though 8th maybe a bit easier because its opener is not quite as strong. But both of those kind of like bread and butter divisions is what I would expect as a first pick here out of Teeman. And yeah. Oh, 4th E it is instead. What? That's kind of in the same direction. Like a really versatile division. If we have a look.
Really good recon, really good opener.
Yeah, it's the Dutch mechanized / tank division. Yeah, it's an armored division with Leos, heavy Leo 2s. Only one card of the weaker Leo 1s, though pretty cost efficient. And then we have a lot of solid infantry in Erlikon and 27th guards on Pro-Comi side, and that is a weird pick in this season because 27th hasn't performed all season. Like, it was super meta back in season 1 and 2 as the third of this like baseline mechanized Soviet divisions here with 39th, 79th, 27th. All those guard divisions. And it has to be MP3, it has to be TR-80. It's the high-tech Soviet division, basically. But BMP3 currently not really performing at 100 points. And the TADBV has a weird matchup against the Leo 2s. It's not in a great spot there currently, I would argue. And the division is just a bit pricey, but so is 4th Divisor, so opener could be interesting. You have a slight speed advantage here with the moderate Vertigo with the BMP2, I would say. But yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. 27th versus 4th Divisor is going to be the matchup here on Mount River. Not what I expected, but that makes it all the more exciting for me.
Okay, but there is one unit that I think is pretty key for Pro Commie on this map, and that is the Sprue, the short range, very highly powered, inaccurate anti-tank gun. Like that thing, we have seen Pro Commie use this before, and the positions on Mount River, the possibilities for flanks with I mentioned the layered defenses, the short ranges with a bunch of different line of sight blockers. These things well positioned can be brutal because they can't be targeted by missiles, I don't think, and they can't be one shot by tanks. So they can reliably get a few shots off, and they're pretty cheap. The like T-Man, there's also the fact that if you go and look at the 4th Dutch, their ATGMs are reliably TOW 2s, and TOW 2 carriers, the Pratts, as well as the Leo 1s, which are brought in for fire support duties, they are vulnerable to the BMP3s. Now, Pratts are there is still infantry TOW missiles as well, but the Pratts are the ones in numbers. And these things, if spotted, can be dueled and easily destroyed by the BMP3s. You get a lot more BMP3s, so in numbers, that kind of acts as a counter to the Pratt. And with the ATGM supremacy on long term, we know that Pro Commie likes to get the middle in the opener and then build like a very long fighting line that basically anytime the enemy pushes any side of that fighting line, the rest of the units on the other parts move in and apply pressure, especially on long ranges. So the ATGM centered 27th, and with the Spetsnaz Vedka acting as ground surveillance radar recon, I think this could maybe allow Pro Commie to play the kind of methodical game that he really likes. But T-Man, of course, is blessed with some of the best openers in the game, best value recon, not the best infantry, but a lot of autocannons, and on those close ranges, the autocannons can penetrate the BMP2s and the BMP3s, which are way more expensive than the Dutch IFVs, because the Dutch IFVs don't have missiles.
Yeah, and with that said, guys, game number 2 is going to ready up. Before we jump in there, quick shout out to the Matcherino page, guys, where you can help funding the tournament prize pool for this. And we are still on the way to the $400 stretch goal, which means that the Division 3 winner will get a $20 prize pool as well. The guys here taking 50% of the prize pool for the first place, 25% for the second place. So quite a significant amount here of the prize pool, over $450 going to the first place already. But if you want to help out, you can do so. There's still one claim code button there, 125 free 25 cents there. If any one of you hasn't done that yet, just click the link, click the claim code button, and then 25 cents complete for free. Thanks for all of you supporting it. As always, Feta coming in big, Cam Warrior, Chris, Tom Vigging, 36, Six Civister, Brad, Feta once more, username, and Ben here. Thanks you all for supporting it directly. Much appreciated. And yeah, with that said, let's jump into the game. It's game number 2.
Can you resolve the bet? Because I can't on T-Man.
Yeah. We're gonna do that. And we gonna go into game number 2 here, where predictions can start. And we have T-Man on the left once more here, coming around 1-0 lead, 4th Division. And yeah, I feel like the MR10, the big artillery, is another big advantage. The non-artillery and the Acacia are not half bad, but the MR10 heavy hiding artillery, both good against the Sprut and just against all of these expensive units on the side of 27th in general, like still standing TADBVs, the Tunguska AA that has to maybe push a bit closer than they might want to, or the Taurs. And hitting those can be real nice here as well, as we are getting now to the game, and I'm really excited for this game number 2. Also, guys, if you want to get yourself into this, there is a League Season 2 coming up, Season 5 coming up as well, starting in late September. So get yourself in there too. And yeah, see you all there.
And bet is. And I will officially state that despite winning 16k channel points betting on Team the last game, I will be betting on Komi. I think this is actually a situation and a map where Pro Komi is has the higher ground.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. As he played really well against Dark Neutron on this map with 27th. I kind of forgot about it. Thanks for reminding us earlier about it. As yeah, that was a great usage of the Spruts back there, and I kind of forgot about them in total, and yeah, just in the hands of Procomi as well, because we don't see that unit often. Like, even when we saw 27th back in the past, it was mostly BMP2s with BMP2 AG and BMP3s, and then a couple of the TADBVs, and that's kind of it. The Sprut a bit overshadowed by all of that, but yeah, the capability of just kind of demolishing an enemy armored unit that pushes into them basically instantly and not quite being one-shot by them, but like having the firepower of a TADUD for 80 points. It doesn't have the maneuverability, it doesn't have the range, and it doesn't have the armor either, but it has the firepower of a TADUD when it hits, and that's pretty insane here.
Yeah, and with the stealth and the positioning here, you can very easily put it into positions where it's gonna fire at tanks on close range. And that's just these are even veterancy 1 Sprut, which means that the Pro Comi doesn't want them to get routed and stunned, so that they can just get those few extra shots out. Now, T-Man's opener so far seems to be not doing aggro down south, but there is a tank. Maybe T-Man is uh, doing a move into the T, the upside down T, in between the X-ray Oscar and Lima points, and then wants to do a pincer to get onto X-ray. Now, this would be a pretty nice way for T-Man to use its limited speed advantage that comes with the KCT Wegener's. The Petrosvedka are coming on 90 kph trucks. They're not coming on BTR, so they are slightly slower, and they will most likely, yeah, they're going to be going into the standard position northeast of X-ray. And if T-Man can have especially the N113 CNVs, which are the very good optics, very powerful autocannon, 55 points recon vehicles for the Dutch. If T-Man can have one of those working together with a tank, I think that's enough firepower to stop basically the reinforcements of the from Pro Comi to X-ray. If you look at the lines of sight, there's a little tree line on the right and downside, kind of 5 o'clock from X-ray. And if you position the tank there, it can snipe out units that drive. And I think that's a potential for T-Man, kind of a early, not a win condition, but a zone condition. And the rest of T-Man's forces are getting reasonably defensive positions. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing weird going on here. And T-Man not going to even buy a recon helicopter to do the typical suicide recon where you get the perfect information of your enemy's forces.
Yeah, and on the other side, BMP3 is coming in immediately here for the middle, wanting to use the speed advantage of the ATGMs there. TDBV coming in as well, so it seems like Procomi trying to come into X-Ray from the north, Teeman maybe attempting it from the south. Might have to switch over to Lima if he is a bit late there on X-Ray and the positioning is fully taken by Procomi, but could do that as well, as Procomi's defenses towards Lima pretty low. Only one Motostocky Medis coming up so far. And Procomi also with small forces in the north, but decent enough there. One Ratvetka BMP2 and a BMP3 and one Saperi RPO. So that's good enough against any kind of ground attack. And there are a couple of decent airplanes on the side of the uh, Dutch, but they are not super strong. Like the F5s, they are great because they have a good reload time and they are pretty speedy, but they don't have the best payload and they don't have the best survivability either. On the other hand, 27th air tap, pretty limited in number. What they get is kind of okay, but they also get helicopters, and that's one of the big weaknesses of the 4th Division. They don't have any helicopters at all. So that means you don't have to worry about that and can play with your infantry maybe a bit more freely than you would be able to do against a division that can bring a rocket helicopter or gun helicopter around in the early game.
Yeah, I think the Freedom Fighter cluster bomber, I think it's actually like a perfect to take out BMP3s. BMP3s being expensive enough that if you destroy them, that's a pretty big hit to your opponent. But they are not heavily armored enough to survive uh, the light payload of the older generation fighter. And with the T-Man, I believe likes to use the HE and cluster mix that you get. Yeah, you get them on both. You get them on both with the Belgians and with the Dutch. And the Dutch one is better. And T-Man does play it, I believe. And that's the heavier bomber, which will probably be brought out only after Procomi actually wants to go over the top with like few T-80s, BRMs.
Yeah, the game now gets into the game, and Okami and T-Man here facing off against each other. It was a surprisingly long setup time for these two players. Usually they're a bit quicker, but I guess they just had the last considerations here, and it is obviously a grand final. You don't want to make a big mess up in your opener. They can be pretty bloody, and we all know T-Man is known for that. Like, even in the semifinal uh, against Joker, he got smacked in the first game pretty hard in the opener. He was able to come back there from it though. One of the best players from behind in the game. And Procomi just usually has such solid openers that it never really comes to that. But we'll see how it goes this time around. BTR with 80 with the Motostalky and then Otleni Podechki coming into the south here. And I feel like the center play here from Procomi seems to be the better one for the opener. But we'll see how it develops from there.
Yeah, the engagements. Okay, so Procomi actually switching off and taking a little bit of an aggressive position with the Spetsnaz Svedka trying to get into the tree line. That's very crucial. Both of these units here have ground surveillance radar, but KCT Wegener's are moving, so the Spetsnaz Svedka will likely spot the Wegeners before the other way around. But oh no, CNV does actually, the Wegeners are close enough, the CNV does get, and there is no place for the Spetsnaz Svedka to go. The Oerlikon cannon going to take that very crucial unit out.
Yeah, the only way is kind of to run there. They spot the KCT Vercaners for the TADBV though, and the TOW 2 did reposition, did get into a spot now where it doesn't really have line of sight on the road anymore. So the TADBV can take out the... Oh, this is a big misplay there from T-Man. The TOW 2 repositioning there at that moment was a really massive mistake. It should have stayed on the tower. It did reposition into a spot where I couldn't see, and now the TADBV can just kind of push it, get into minimum range, and then the TOW 2 can't do anything there. TADBV here going for the kill, and Procomi is going for the kill in general here in the middle, kind of forcing T-Man's hand in the south now, where the Motostalky Medis is getting pushed, is forced back, but this move in the middle here, massive for Procomi. Big mistake by T-Man, and 4th Division has a bit of a problem when its combined arms starts to fall apart because it doesn't have ATGMs on its IFVs. It needs the IFVs and the ATGMs separately, and that all costs extra. The Leo 2s are all pretty pricey as well, and you don't want to have them around on their own because they have shitty side armor and all of that. So this is a really brutal opener here, and Procomi really taking the advantage. That's what a great player is made out of. Like seeing a small weakness shown by T-Man and just exploiting it to the maximum right now.
Yeah, the lack of the TOW 2 being out of position could have even slowed this down a bit for the plane to arrive. but the lack of a Leopard is what really made it, I think. Pro Commie realizing that they can get through here, spotting the Leopard down south. Now, the Leopard down south has been locked down in firing at these Motostrelki in buildings, and even though it's doing safe damage, it's not really doing anything relevant. T-Man plays buying another fighter plane to, as well as a recon helicopter. Oh yeah, now the fighter plane is here to make sure that there is no anti-air, and the recon helicopter is here to spot the stuff. There is a Leopard and a cluster plane also, so a cleanup operation is underway. And Procomm's reinforcements here, considering this is a very expensive high-tech division, are still kind of lackluster, not a lot of points in the bag. And BMP3 is pushing with a bunch of infantry, try to get to Pop. Now, T-Man's resources are not going to reach Papa because they need to be doing the mop-up operation here. So there's a pretty bad position for T-Man, which is and there's a possibility that T-Man overextends with the troops in the middle that are completely spotted by the Motorosvet.
F-16 cluster gets the BMP3 kill and will get out now. The F-16AA gets the kill against the MiG-29. This is pretty important. That means that Pro-Commie might have to invest into ground-based AA now, slowing down his snowball efficiency. Otherwise, he will have to worry about F-16s and F-5 fighters permanently coming in and just grinding him down there. And yeah, he has to be careful not to overextend now. Some AA coming in now, Torque coming in, but that means that he likely is not going to be able to push towards India now. He might still be able to take Papa though, that would still be going up, or he's likely going to take Papa here, with a BMP3 still around up there, T-80BV still relatively close, and that would be a +4 situation, as BO-105 and Leo 2A4B here moving around. The T-80BV too scared to really engage anything right now because of potential cluster planes. With the MiG-29 taken out, that really is a problem right now. Second Torque coming up. They will lock the airspace down eventually, but they take a long while to get there.
Yeah, T-Man's force approaching X-Ray has managed to get rid of the Motorosvetka, so the Konkurs is now moving into firing position. Pretty risky against two vehicles. And don't know if either of those vehicles have popped a smoke yet. And KCT Vergenes will be able to spot it. Now T-Man has no reinforcements to try to secure the middle, so that's probably why it's currently being so passive.
Leo 2A4 pops smoke. Conquerors at least gets out alive for now, but they will have to disengage a bit further. Sprut is around there, so the Leo and the M113 have to be careful. T-80BV not moving towards the unit though. BMP2 getting into the action against the Leo 2A4B. Gets the stress out against it. Conquerors falling back further. Leo 2A4B in the north pushing against the Motostrelkis. Should be able to get some damage there, but Pro-Commie getting through the zone. MTLBU now pushing forward. That will be a +4. That's a nice little lead. Ooh! Leo 2A4 there showing side armor, getting routed. Sprut firing, but does miss. Its accuracy is a bit of an issue, but it gets a second shot, it gets a side shot, it leaves the Leo 2A4 at 1 hit point. Really scary situation here for T-Man. Losing that Leo 2A4 could kind of seal the deal. BMP2 still firing, does miss again. Leo currently out of control. BMP2AG killing off the MR13. This Leo 2, at least with its high speed, can get into the forest for now and get out of line of sight there, but it is still not in a safe space. Motostrelki is pushing forward, BMP2AG pushing towards it as well. Oh, this is a really, really scary situation here for T-Man plays. Is out of smoke on it as well. TOW2 at least able to fire onto the BMP2AG. That might give the Leo 2A4 the moment here that it needs to get out of there before the Motostrelki arrives, but the Motostrelki is getting pretty close. Leo finally starts moving. I think it will make it. Oh, this was a really scary moment, and it's a nice pushback here from Pro-Commie. The +4 is real, and that's a lot of trouble now for T-Man plays.
Yeah, Pro-Commie so far has only had not that much anti-air, relying basically on the MiG-29s. Now the Thors are in action and are getting hits in here, but T-Man's cluster going in and actually taking out one of the Thors, leaving only the northern one left. And T-Man has invested heavily into air to try to counter this this breakthrough, knowing that there's going to be minutes of time and that every single kill right now needs to be gotten right now, because Pro Commie is not going to relent if you let them get this kind of position early. And now
Ooh,
BMP3 engaging in
BP3,
this
yeah,
open
this is devastating. Gets the first kill, and the YPR on max range, the Earlykin is great, but the BMP3 has 5 frontal armor, so it doesn't really do damage there on the max range. You want to push these autocannons a bit closer, and the BMP3, yeah, as you were talking about, that fast-flying, hard-hitting autocannon that one-shots all these light vehicles is pretty brutal. The
yeah.
F5 trying to come in, doesn't quite get the kill there, and yeah, BMP3 will hold the spot. Conquers there in a good spot in the middle. The Spruts getting annoying as well without the combined arms around to spot in front of your tanks. The MR13s got taken out nicely, and Team in Place in a bit of trouble now. I don't really see an easy way out. Air kinda seems to be the option here to maybe do it, but the Tunguska and Tor numbers will only increase it if you don't get rid of them in a quick succession. And yes, one Tor kill is nice, but second Tunguska already on the way here. Iglas coming out as well. F5 gets the kill, but is pushed back now as well. And it's not that much there to just take out an infantry unit. Pro Commie gets a really good defensive line on here, and the +4 timer, 7 minutes 45. That's a real timer here. That is a lot of pressure on T-Man, and it's going to be really tough to break this.
Yeah, the Dutch completely lack like strong assault squads. The closest thing they get are guys with Uzis and satchel charges, and this kind of ground here with all these short distances, this is a place where it's very difficult to attack with the YPR Leo combo. The BO-105 needs to go there and spot the enemy first, which is going to take time and is risky because any Igla can one-shot the recon helicopter. Speaking of which. And now T-Man is going to have to sit back and wait for another unit or try to push further without the recon. Now, the Panzerinfanterie is not a bad infantry squad, but it's not really anything to write home about. Its best unit, the best weapon is the Carl Gustav with 750 meter range. But with Pro Commie having 8-man infantry squads, most of them with or all of them with 556 weapons. Panzerinfanterie are 7-man squads with 762 weapons, which are slightly worse. So in practice, there needs to be fire support if T-Man wants to push through.
Yeah, Ihawk here under fire as well. Leo 2A4Bs trying to come around. Leo 2A4 in the north, pushing in there without line of sight. Or the BMP3 there, it might be risky, scary. Okay, it gets to aim on it. It does spot it from the distance, gets the BMP3 killed before it can get a kill on it. That's a nice unit to take out here at this stage. Leo 2A4 there continues doing damage. Second one is getting around. T-Man at least needs to reduce it to a +2 here, so getting back into the north would be nice. Getting back the center would be even better. That would immediately stop the take, but I don't really see an easy way in there right now. Feel like pushing back the north is the likelier outcome right now. But Leo 2A4s and YPRs need to help out here against the Saparis and Motostrukis. YPR at least in range here now to deal damage with its Ehrlichien. Spetzer Redka pushes forward, will get taken out. So T-Man currently getting the better trades, but question is, can he push forward in time?
Look at the Sprut. The Sprut has been forward deployed.
Yeah, it's... Oh no, the KCT Backhanner is not unloading! Oh, losing the recon. Losing the one in the north as well to the artillery. This is really the big issue right now of T-Man. As without recon, you're not gonna find the Spruts, and without that, you're just not gonna be able to push through. Leo falling into Sprut range. Next KCT Vercanners goes down as well. This is such a big issue. The second one at least spots for the Leo 2A4. Sprut once more struggling with its accuracy. Does miss the first shot. Does miss the second shot as well as it starts to get stressed out. But the next KCT Vercanner is about to go down there as well. And that means the Sprut doesn't get spotted anymore. And it gets the hit. And the Leo 2A4 maybe thinks it took it out. It didn't. It just doesn't see it anymore. Okay. It does miss once more. T-Man able to smoke off again. Able to disengage. Good cluster bomber hit there as well. At the same time, though, MR13s going down, Panzer Infantry going down in the north, artillery doing a good job there, and the Leo 2A4 in the north gets hunted down by RPG-29s. Good smoke there now as well, but you don't really have any space to run there as Timan. Leonid Podechki will try to flank this still, and yeah, this is really the issue when you get killed off like that in the early game with 4th Division. Like, if 4th Division can get into the mid game with a combined arms, it's one of the best divisions out there right now. The MR10s can come in as fantastic artillery, the IHawks give you a great AA umbrella, and you get those Leo 2 combos with the good recon infantry, with the good autocannons, and just can maneuver around and take one good engagement after another. But in these messier fights, that's where 4th Division falls off a bit. That's why it's not quite an S tier division, more of an A tier division currently. It's still a fantastic division, but these are exactly the moments that you want to exploit. 27th wasn't on my card there to be the division to do it, as it's kind of similar issue there for it. Though Procomi really exploiting the early game here perfectly.
Yeah, it really is like the stereotypical, at one point, completely ubiquitous 4E opener, which was the Leopard and the M113s, recon vehicles, and the YPRs all go down to the middle and all get a massive tank attack. This would have, funnily enough, maybe been the correct choice for T-Man, because having just a little bit extra fire support, those Petros Vedka could have been dealt away. And with a single Leopard, even a single Leopard there, or a single infantry squad with the Carl Gustav, the breakthrough could have never materialized in a way. The TOW2 fighting together with the Leo on defense against a 80 could have probably gotten the Leo stacked in low cohesion and killed, and then suddenly the game would have become completely different. I gotta remind me to ask T-Man what the logic was with sending the Leopard down south, because that Leopard got really bogged down, shooting and killing 3 guys out of a Motostrelgi squad.
Yeah, now Timon needs to get a CV in somewhere. 2 minutes remaining. He only has 1 CV in the battlefield though, and Zaleo 2A4B currently trying to go towards the middle. But there are Spruts, there are T80s, there are a couple of Conquerors on BMP2s and just infantry Conquerors as well. So I don't see the northern route work out at all. He does have a second YPR here that needs to go to Lima, but even if it gets there, it will only get him a couple more seconds at this point. If it would have gotten there 3-4 minutes earlier, that might have gotten him enough time. At this stage, it just won't. And this is really a big issue. Next kill here on the Sprute. Bomb's even a bit wasted there, but the F-16 goes down anyway. At the same time, Motostrelki gets a kill on the YPR in the south. So even in the KD, Procomi keeps up here, and the point lead just too strong, really using the early advantage here. So phenomenal, and really showing why he is in this grand final, why he has a former league title under his belt already, and making this kind of a series here, seemingly.
Yeah, it's if there is a weakness for the Leopard 2, it really is HE damage. Only having a single medium machine gun, not 50 cals and a bunch of them. And in practice, it just means that the engagements where the Leopards are fighting against infantry squads, it's wasted energy. It's wasted potential. And T-Man sending the units there down south, and then it seems like just the plan on doing some kind of a pincer attack was immediately kind of buzzed off by Procomi taking the aggressive, rerouting the recon and taking the aggressive recon position. From that point on, T-Man was suddenly on the defensive, and that's when the catastrophe. But yeah, and very dominating showing from Procomi here. I feel like we didn't even get to see all of Procomi's potential tricks on this map. And but on the next map, which T-Man already sent us, which will be Vertigo, this also is a very powerful Procomi map for very much the same reason.
Well, it's actually a map, though, he doesn't have a great win rate on. Like, considering his average win rate is 75%, he only has 64% on it. On the other side, T-Man has a 70% win rate on Vertigo, and it's his most played map. That comes down to Vertigo being around for forever, just like T-Man. Both WARNO dinosaurs, basically, at this point. But yeah, Vertigo is Teeman's top map in play rate, and it's Procommy's still second most played map. It's just a pretty basic map, so I'm excited to see what Teeman brings around here. But yep, Mount River being Procommy's top map, not being that high for Teeman. He only had a 50% win rate going into this. He has a negative KD basically, or win rate on Mount River now. So that's pretty interesting to see out of a guy with 78% win rate before the league finals. So yeah, Mount River here was the pro commi map. Vertigo, slight favor for team and plays, I would say. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that goes all out. And hey, thanks for the follows. Thanks for the gifted sub there, Sneaky. And yeah, we see you there, Super Chavi. And thank you all at Eugen for your efforts, for your balancing, for all this great content over the years. The great maps, especially. We're all super excited for Southek. And yeah, this is going to be really interesting here on map number 3. Picks and bans coming around. Div map, 9th US and 7th Panzer banned against Teeman. 9th Panzer, the classic anti-pro commie ban that we expected coming out on the other side. And yeah, 1-1 situation in this best of 5 as we are starting to get ready here for game number 3.
Yeah, my justification for saying that Vertigo is a strong and reliable map for Pro Commie, despite the statistics you showed here, is that the play style of Pro Commie, which is extra condensed on Vertigo. Vertigo being one of the most predictable, it's not completely predictable, but it is one of the most predictable maps, with one side being the major one where you have the opener conflicts, positions, and which positions people take and which positions they don't is heavily reliant on the divisions that they are playing. And because it has been around for so long, people have so much experience, and they don't do as wacky stuff on Vertigo, even though, Stardeck did actually successfully do some. I do believe that Procomi still feels comfortable in playing the small area, very opener centered, very control centered, where it's pretty easy to kind of grab the game and twist it into your direction early on. Unlike something like Black Forest, in which you're going to have a lot of meandering, a lot of time before the actual crucial engagements happen. And T-Man sending us here, banning 27th and 20th Pancerna. And with 9th Panzer also getting banned, this leaves 39th and 79th, as well as 5th Panzer and 4E, of course, again. Though 4E here, with a lack of ATGM IFVs, is in a disadvantage against, I would say, like 79.
Yeah, we could also. Yeah, I feel like 79th would be a classic pro commie pick here. I kind of expect him at 19th out of Team here now. Like, it is his most played division. He is pretty versatile, so he isn't really going towards one division. It mostly was played back in the day, but Vertigo is the 119th map. Like, if there's a map good for this division, it's 119th. You can take the town with your Spetsnaz, and TO55s are good there, and obviously the open space is fantastic. TAD, UD, and U country. So, I kind of expected 119th now. First pick out of Teeman. So on the other hand, maybe you don't quite want to first pick it. Maybe he wants to play 3rd US. That could be an option as well. But I would expect a heavier tank division out of Teeman here. And then it's going to be interesting to see what Pro Comic plays against it. We could see a 2nd UK on it. He has played it quite a lot of times on this map as well before. And maybe against the slower division, 2nd UK could be the way for Pro Comi. Even though we haven't quite seen it as much this season from him. But it is also his most played division, so gonna be interesting to see. I was kind of hyped for 7th Panzer versus 9th Panzer game in this series. East Germany versus East Germany. I'm obviously biased towards that, but it seems like both are really high on the ban rate against those two divisions, so it doesn't seem like we will get that today, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're seeing the players are still thinking, probably going through their divisions and maybe whatever notes they may have, the opponent's capabilities. Are you drinking club mate soda?
Yeah,
All the hipsters drink that in Helsinki. I
yeah.
think it tastes awful.
Well, that, yeah, it tastes like an ashtray. until you drink
Yeah,
it.
I'm using the term hipster in 2025. You people don't know where I live, okay? But
It absolutely
yeah,
tastes like an ashtray, but that's only until you get used to it, and then it just tastes absolutely amazing.
but you could just drink beer. That's what you want. Something awful that starts tasting good.
Yeah, no, but this stuff also has caffeine, and that's my addiction. Uh,
Damn.
who needs alcohol when you have coffee to get your heart racing? And yeah, 1-1 situation here. Pro Kami versus Team, and we have the series we all hoped we would get here. Both players seem absolutely be on their top today, and yeah, both showed their strengths and weaknesses already. Classic Team kind of slip up in the opener the last game, like the classic Team isn't perfect in the opener kind of situation come up again, and Pro Kami was there and just exploited it fantastically, and yeah, I'm really excited there for it. As I said, $342 on the line, guys. You can help out making that bigger. And game number 2 was a really quick one. I would expect Vertigo to be a long one again. Usually we don't see that map ending before the 35-minute mark, and I would expect a long game here once more.
Yeah, on these levels, absolute breakthroughs are like pretty rare. Would have to be some kind of a risky tactic that gets completely countered by the other one. And Procomi picks 79th. 79th being a vertigo division du jour nowadays, having great long range anti air defenses, having the decent enough recon opener with the special forces, Spetsnaz GRU recon, very crucial in building up engagements. It has the only packed tank that is capable of maneuver warfare, the T-80BV IZD-29, which is the fastest packed tank. Also has a great missile in itself. Not as good as some of the other great tank missiles, but still a decent one.
Yeah, hard hitting, not quite as fast, and I feel like this is the moment where you pick 119th as Team in places. So, like,
Yeah.
119th versus 79th is a good matchup. You have the forward deployment advantage, and you have a really good tank as well that has the faster missile. So, and 79th doesn't quite have the other tools to chew through your TAUDs that easily. Both have TO 55s, both have Recon BMP2s. Like, yeah, that kind of is the standard, but Teeman doesn't always pick the classic, the standard pick. He sometimes wants to be a bit fancy. He wants to catch the enemy off guard, so we could still see something else. 9-3S is banned. That would have been my like fancy pick for Teeman if I would have to pick one immediately. I don't think we will see something like 11th Para. That has been a long time ago. Not quite sure what else he currently plays. Like, don't think the VDV divisions really do it here. 5th Divisor, 5th E-Plane Day could be it as well. But that's always a bit annoying against 79th on this map. Like, you have to take the early advantage in the mechanized fights there. You can do so, but if you lose, you are in a lot of trouble late game against the BMP2s and the TAD BVs.
Yeah, I'm just thinking the 119th. I think 119th could do a double, very risky double forward deployment Spetsnaz opener. One Spetsnaz on north and one Spetsnaz down south, and in the you send maybe a helicopter at the maximum to help secure the northern area because 79th no longer has OSAS, so it's less likely that they're going to have fast air defenses. You have the better plane to secure air supremacy situationally before 79th gets its coups out. And then you can, whatever tanks you're going to buy, you can just send them to support the southern Spetsnaz attack. I think that is possible. And I think that could, because the forward deployment and Rasvedka opener of 79th couldn't really contest that on firepower terms. But of course, it could be, if that fails, the ability for the 79th to just fill the map with BMP2s and just get such a number of map control and so many sightlines with ATGMs that coming back as 119th would be quite unlikely. But T-Man often doesn't have to come back with 119th, considering 119th is the slow and steady make good decisions division. And T-Man is going 11th Cav. Oh, that would have I should have actually seen that coming. 11th Cav
Oh,
is very much an opener heavy Abrams division. It does get Eyehawk, so it can contest it. Does get good air, but it's infantry tab, which is going to be way less important on Vertigo. Is not really up to par with 79th. Marders can't really fight. Can't fight BMP2s on fair fights.
yeah, Chet,
But
what do you think
yeah,
about this matchup? I think it's actually a pretty solid one for Vertigo. Yeah, you have a bit of an infantry disadvantage against the BMP2 with the cheap Motostralky RPG 22s, but the recon tab might be the strongest in the game. Like, you could argue for this being the strongest recon tab in the game, with the M1A1 ACAF, with strong Bradleys, the Kiowa Warrior, absolute beast of a helicopter, for deploy LRS here, quick fix being a good one as well, BGS driver being cheap and resourceful. So I'm excited for this matchup. Yeah, this is a division that we see a lot on this map as well. We could also see some shenanigans with air openers from either side. We have seen Pro Commi try it in the past. We have seen it from Team a couple of times as well. And both divisions are absolutely capable of nasty air spams, at least in the first couple of minutes. 79 kind of falls off a bit after that, but this is a hot matchup here between the heavy Soviet and American tanks, and I'm absolutely here for some M1A1 versus T80 action. Classic
yeah.
Warno.
This is a situation where I think like T-Man. This is a very good pick for T-Man here because if you look at the Kiowa Warrior and you think about the reinforcement roads that people have on Vertigo. In the opener, there are exactly 3 places where the enemy is going to be driving. And if you have the Kiowa Warrior in a good position, if you keep it firing on range, you can either stop the enemy movement for a moment or you can get some very valuable kills early on. Now, this means that you're also going to want to invest a little into air, so because you want to cover your Kiowa out of against enemy fighters. But that just makes it a little bit more risky to achieve those great openers. I don't think T-Man does like ACAV rushing. The forward deployment Abrams is likely not gonna be getting used as like a cheese unit because that is often just way too risky for such a powerful division that also in the late game. But having just one single ACAV supporting the Bradleys, the Recon Bradleys, and the LRS in taking early positions can put 119th into really nice siege situations. And not 119th, 11th.
Yeah, and the 79th here, they just lately lost their fast AA OSA. So, yeah, the Kiowa Warrior before that, when the OSA with its maximum range anti-helicopter missiles was around, I wouldn't have been a big fan of a Kiowa Warrior opener. With the situation now all being slow, like tracked AA units, like the Tunguska, like the Coup, a Kiowa Warrior opener absolutely should be the way to go here. The Tunguska is fantastic against helicopters, but only once it arrives on the front line, and it doesn't arrive there to protect your BMP2 Rajvetgas. So the opener of Team and Play could be pretty strong if he catches the pro commie forces there off guard. And yeah, I feel like you need to be the pressuring one with 11th here, as your ATGM position is the weaker one. With 11th ACAF, you don't have as many TOW 2s, and you don't have something like the BP2 with a lot of Conquerors. Like, your Martyrs are nice and all on the Panzer Grenadier, but the Milan is a lot weaker than the Conquerors. Doesn't have the range, doesn't have the penetration. And you also don't have something like the Argona on your tanks, so you want to get into gun range and you want to fight it there. There the M1A1 has the advantage over the T80s, but that means you want to put up the pressure from the get-go. So, gonna be really interesting here. And yeah, the OSA removal makes sense though. Tunguska was the replacement for the OSA. Having both in the division was a bit overarching. And 79th is still a super strong division. It was a bit overpowered with the Osa, so removing the Osa makes sense. And yeah, Tunguska is a really good tool there as well.
Yeah, I really do. I am afraid that T-Man is gonna play this too slowly because it's so easy, especially on Vertigo, to just kind of get into that slow grind, and with everybody always just wanting just one more tank, just one more tank, and then I'm gonna. Then there's the engagement and the ATGMs, one too many, and then you just wait for another tank. And I'm afraid that that's gonna be where Pro Commie locks T-Man down. And but as you said, T-Man does have a significantly higher win rate on this map, and the without for 79th investing into air in the opener, which is of course away from their ability to get the recon and the tanks down. It's possible that like one or even two Kiowa warriors just completely ruin the 79th opener. The reinforcement roads are so open.
And yeah, game is up. It's one more team in blue on the left side. And it's 1-1 in standing. 11th ACAF versus 79th here coming up. As we can get the prediction up again, guys. And we have 79th here. And that's really an OG division. It has changed a lot since it came out in early access. It was one of the first two divisions in the game with 3rd US. 11th ACAF on the other side has been around for a long, long time as well. And it's really classic Cold War fantasy, right? Like M1A1s, F-16s in the sky with MiG-29s, T-80s on the ground on the other side. A lot of BMP-2s, a couple of Germans and Martyrs running around. The NATO relying a bit more on flexibility, a bit more on the combined arms and combat forces of the different nations versus just the pure masses and strength of steel from the Soviet side here with the 79th and the just pure spam of ATGMs. And it's going to be exciting. I'm really hyped for this one, as this is just really classic WARNO on a really classic WARNO map as well.
Yeah, there is the traditionally this map is played with whoever gets the northern side gets the northern side, gets Delta Charlie. But recently, as the meta has developed and people have kind of gotten wise to this throughout the years, some players do actually just do holdouts only on Charlie. And that can be a very important tick if you are going to be getting into like quite passive game, or you're planning into getting quite a passive game, just sacrificing a small amount of troops to hold Charlie and force the enemy to do like some kind of infantry assaults to secure it. This can be done either as a counter to the enemy doing like a really good push down south where you want to draw away their resources, or it can be used even as a just a potential second front. And T-Man having the early map control with the Kiowa Warriors could theoretically do this, sending in a simply a single ATGM, single LRS, could probably hold that for the moment, could threaten the enemy, could force the enemy to invest something. But 11th Horse openers are so incredibly expensive that I believe T-Man will do the more straightforward opener, just trying to secure a corner on Delta, trying to secure Alpha, threaten Bravo, and if he gets the feeling with recon helicopters or recon that the enemy is not investing into Delta, then you send infantry to hold it immediately, free price basically.
Ooh, we have the M1A1 ACAF out there from the get-go. We could see an SU-25 opener here from Pro Commie with the MI8 MTA already on the battlefield. I feel like that's an absolute option here. We have seen it from in against Dark Neutron. That might be a bit of a mind game here. Like, surely he's not going to do it again, right? But then, might he? Like, that's the big question. The AA that Team and Plays gets with iHawks can be good, but you usually don't set them up immediately. And the M1A1 ACAF is a bit exposed there, so SU25 opener absolutely could be viable here. But that's a lot of things that you can do here on both sides of the openers. Like both have good recon, both have good mechanized forces, strong tanks. BRDM conquers and BMP1 PG here actually being the ATG IFV of choice here. Not having smoke, but having the AGS and being pretty cheap. It's an interesting choice here as the transport for the Motostrelki RPG 22. Pretty cheap combo of a capable infantry squad with a pretty good soft attack IFV for 40 points.
Yeah, the important thing is that it can immediately win a fight against an enemy infantry squad, especially early on, and the AGS can do that. And you don't really need to pay the extra for the Conqueror's missile and the autocannon to achieve this. And I'm sure there are BMP2s in other parts of Procomi's deck, especially for late game breakthroughs on Delta. And but so far we're seeing T-Man do the currently typical anti-air helicopter OH-58CS, and you get all three of those things that perform really well, and they're going to hold the middle here for them. Both sides are sending in a jammer recon helicopter. No, not the Americans have a jammer. The Soviets have an exceptional radar. But yeah, T-Man seems to be just kind of playing the field so far. No decisive openers, just trying to get a little bit of a corner on the citadel of the middle with the LRS, and all the rest of it is going to be mech engagement.
Yeah,
LRS also pushing into Delta.
Tunguska's and Coops coming in here in the rear as well. BRDM conquers will move forward too. And OH-58s here coming around, three of them. That's good AA. That can help out against SU-25s as well. But I don't think we will see the SU-25s, seeing how much stuff Procomi already brings around. Mi-8 MT rocket though, that's has to be careful around the OHs as well. The Mi-8 MTA should be able to spot for it, and it gets removed. Okay, so yeah, started to talk about it a bit too early maybe. And really recon heavy team and place opener here. Like 3 LRS, that's already pretty expensive, and they don't have great fighting capabilities, but they can defend themselves at least, and the GSR is just a really powerful capability, giving you that extra spotting. M1A1 ACAF coming around here, being able to move into the center and take on enemy recon Redkas as well. Interesting choice here with the Redka BMP1P instead of the BMP2 for the Mod as well. So really, Procomi trying to go the cheap way here with all those BMP1s around and maybe just trying to overwhelm T-Man in the opener again, just with pure mass.
Yeah, the Fagot missile it is good enough to do most engagement. Like if you're not relying on your BMP2s to do damage, if you're only relying on your IFVs to just kind of hang around and look pretty, every once in a while firing a missile at something or moving in to support an infantry fight, the BMP1 might be the better choice into it. As much as it might pain me to pay 40 or 45 points for BMPs, that is still like what is it? BMP2 is 60 points,
Yeah.
so it is a significant discount, and all of those discounts do actually matter. They do end up mattering even in the early game because the numbers of units, 2 units generally against one, do win, even if they with equivalent positions. The BRDM's conquerors especially are being used to get these very good positions. I believe they will be the first ones to try to engage the ACAV, try to tell the ACAV that this is the line, you do not cross this, and then force T-Man into fortifying or buying artillery to deal with them. Of course, if T-Man wants to be aggressive enough with the long-range surveillance squads, then they could maybe start spotting them. But those conquerors can move really fast, even inside those forests. So that is an inefficient engagement for T-Man.
Yeah, and here we go. T-Man and Procomi, game number 3. Let's see who can get an advantage here, who can get towards match point. As M2A2 Bradley's CV coming up here as one of two units that starts slowly in the rear, the other one being a mech rifle dragon in a M113 dragon, actually. And quick fix here, coming towards the front line, just like the MTA on the other side. Quick fix does jam it. Well, it's the OH 58s here, moving in, Spetsnaz GIU on the ground. And this mechanized blob of Brokomi in the south, I'm a bit worried there that Teeman might not have enough around to stop that.
Oh.
Oh, the A10. Oh, that's an interesting opener. Tunguska is around, Coop coming in as well. It's going to be interesting to see how much that A10 actually can do. I feel like the Tunguska should be able to stop it from doing massive amounts of damage quite quickly, but the BRDMs at least, that would be a nice double kill. Yes, it gets that. Gets pushed back now though, and will likely get killed off there, down to 1 hit point. Yeah, A10 goes down. At least took a bit of speed out of the opener though. I don't think it was really worthwhile here, but it did a bit of damage. LRS gets the kill on the BMP1 in all of this mess in the north. Okay, that's kind of on the back of the A10 as well, as Procomi was busy in the south. So that actually was worth it in the end.
Yeah, so far I say that that was kind of an equal trade, not on points, but on the fact that T-Man, by giving away those points, has now got themselves the position of movement, the agency, position of agency, and T-Man here basically can decide what's going to happen. And it would be quite stupid for T-Man to let this moment go awry, which is why everything here, even if it's slowly, is moving further up. And T-Man's reinforcements are just infantry twos, but I bet that there are more planes coming. The ability to maybe in quick succession take out a few vehicles is just way too important when we casters know that the numbers are what Procomi wants to be going.
Yeah, SU-25 coming in now though. M1A1 gets hit there and luckily doesn't get stunned, so Teeman could be able to smoke it off. Doesn't smoke it off though! Realizes too late. The OHs retaliating here. One of them goes down. They at least get the kill there, but the M1A1 ACAF is down, and this leaves a big gap of capabilities in the south. As the TADBV IZD is pushing forward, BMP-1PG is pushing forward as well. Oh, this is a disaster for Teeman. Only has the Recon Bradley and the CV Bradley here around right now. Paramilan 2 coming up here, tries to get into the middle as well, but I'm not sure if it will be there in time. M382 Bradley gets hit. It already used its smoke. It can't smoke another time against these BMP1PG. The long reload time at least allows the Bradley to disengage a bit here. But the ATGM's still in range, and I don't think it will get in cover in time here. And it will go down. That leaves only the CV Bradley now. M1A1 number 2 is on the way, but the SU-25s doing their damage. OHs here still around. LRS goes down as well, and Teeman did get a solid position in the north, but the south is in mortal danger now.
Yeah, Procomi is sending the SU-25 here. The SU-25 is way weaker than the A-10, but it's also way cheaper, and that is why there is one in the air currently, and there is nothing in the air for T-Man. And the possibility, the ability to use the tempo that is given here is easier for 79 for this exact reason. The expensive super unit, like your not just your M1A1 Abrams, but your ACAVs, where you get the Recon Abrams, your 140-point Bradley cavalry fighting vehicles, these units are impractical, clumsy in when your opponent can just keep sending like 170-point rocket planes.
Ihawk coming up now, but yeah, that was missing in the opener. The smoke not coming out really was the big mistake, though. The OHs were ready there. You saw them taking it out. That's what the OH-58s are there, to retaliate against something like that. But no smoke coming out of Teeman, and really was what cost him there. The reaction time not quite up there. He gets the forces in the north in the right moment right now to try to deal with the Milan 2 with the BMP 1 PG there. Motostrelki, RPG 22 pushing forward, but that should be stopped quite easily. F16 coming around to stop more S25s from pushing in, but the coup is here. That's a wild deep dive there with the F16. Gets the kill against the Mi8. Will get pushed out by the coup here most likely in a second, but doesn't take any damage yet, so will stay alive. And the SU-25 here coming in, trying to go for the Milan 2. That's pretty aggressive as well, but the OH-58s were moved north, so it's able to do it. F-16 now coming around, but it's already pretty stressed out, so its accuracy is a bit down. Doesn't get the first hit, that's the second one. Doesn't get the third. Gets critted there out of the sky. 9 damage plus wing damaged, getting an extra damage point on it. One-shot kill there for the coup on the F-16. Brutal for T-Man. And M3A2 Bradley goes down in the center there as well. 2 big losses there once more for our player in blue. And just like 4th Division, 11th ACAF is vulnerable to this. It needs its combined arms, and it is pretty expensive combined arms. And it isn't quite as big of a issue right now as it was last game on Mount River, but it starts to be a struggle here once more for T-Man.
Yeah, T-Man is using the quick fix, or use the quick fix and the rest of the helicopters to basically gain practical control over the northern area, which is why T-Man's mech rifles, 0 vet mech rifles, by the way, bad infantry tab, are currently fighting against the Motostrelki RPG 22s. The problem here is that these grenade launcher armed BMP-1s can punch way above their weight with a rocket run coming in and destroying the Milan 2. Now, this is not the best fight. The infantry fight is not where T-Man wants to be, but T-Man has no other places to be, really. There are not enough combined arms to move around the place, not enough recon to even effectively defend. And now T-Man is buying 0 vet Panzer Grenadiers, 0 vet Martyrs to just have meat around Delta. And the Delta play and pushing for Delta and Charlie was the right choice when you get stopped in the way that Procom stopped T-Man's push earlier. But the 11th Horse can't really do this. This is not the place. Even a standard infantry tab like 79th is superior. The RPG, the Sapere RPOs here with the napalm launchers, in the real life they are thermobarics, but in the game they're napalm. These things, they just win the infantry. There needs to be more stuff to win this.
Yeah, quick fix, gets pushed back by the coup, might get shut down there. Nope, it's high ECM of 40%, saving it there against 2 missiles, so it will get out alive. C-Knight Cobra coming in. This is the scary one with the TOW 2, with a good amount of rocket pods in its 2 pods as well. So should be dealing with the BMP-1 and likely with the Mod Redka there as well. And the south at least is somewhat stabilized with an M1A1 and some Panzer Grenadiers, LRS in a good position. Recon CV Bradley here, falling back there a bit as well. Another CV Bradley coming in north, should be able to deal with the BMP-1P that got stunned down there. That is falling back through the smoke as the Cyanide comes in as well. Has to be careful there around the smoke of the BMP-1. Martyrs pushing forward. You don't want to lose it to a weird side shot situation or something like that. But Cyanide and Bradley now on top of it get the kill. As Procomi got the town, but might not be able to hold on to Charlie now with the Cobra coming in.
Yeah, the Procomi is moving infantry down south. Even the wounded infantry squads are just pushing in. Procomi is seeing all those reinforcements and thinking that I could maybe just call this bluff. And T-Man does have an Abrams and some IFVs around, but they're not in the best position to fight this. Abrams is actually moving way closer here, and it's going to get into the line of sight of the T-80. Oh, is the T-80 moving? Oh, it's not showing side armor? It's almost showing side armor.
M1A1 has the advantage, does move though, and the T-80BV ICD has the 2 vet versus only 1 vet on the M1A1, so accuracy is on the same level. Penetration-wise and armor-wise, the M1A1 has the slight advantage, but it first needs to hit. And shooting on the move, it has a good stabilizer, but it still takes a 5% penalty there when shooting on the move. Gets stunned down further by the BMP-1 PG. That's what the Fagots are good for in these kind of engagements, and The iHawk is pretty exposed here as well. The TADBV IZD going in for the kill. M2A2 Bradley here from the south, coming in with the ATGM. iHawk goes down to an ATGM. That's annoying. As the TADBV under fire here. Oh, it's nearly dead. It doesn't smoke off. It goes down. Big kill for T-Man. Now only has to disengage here with his M1A1. And Procomi still might take the area for it. But that was a really, really important kill there from the Bradley. Oh, Bradley under fire though, doesn't smoke off. Doesn't get hit yet. But T-Man needs to smoke this off this time around. And keep the CV alive. You can't afford to lose the CV Bradley down here in the south right now. Martyrs and Unimox going down. The push in the north of T-Man worked. He got in there, but there's a lot of AA now. His Bradley actually gets a kill, even though stunned down against the BMP2s. Is aiming against the second BMP2 once more here, out of its stealth position. The recon got out of position, so Bradley currently not spotted. And the BMP2 has to smoke off. Autocannon starts to engage again here. F-16 in the sky, trying to hold the Su-25s back. Next M1A1 has arrived, and T-Man starts to win the cost efficiency fights in the south, but is struggling a bit in the north, and a lot of coops here around, so his F-16 dive gets punished, second F-16 down. That's a bit of an issue. Bradley goes down there in the north as well to the Mi-24. Oh, this is... Yeah, the north gets lost, but he now has the chance maybe of kind of counter-striking in the south here, with two M1A1s against 0 tanks on the other side so far.
Yeah, the reinforcements here for the iHawk reinforcements here kind of speak to me of T-Man wanting to fight the tank fights. iHawks are necessary for tank fights, but was it really that bad?
Ooh, yeah, T-Man surrendering out of this, and yeah, 2-1 lead here for Procomi. It was a pretty strong position. It was 900 point difference there. A couple too many losses maybe in the north, and T-Man wants to get into the next game here, it seems. Good win here. Yeah, once more, great opener by Procomi. Overwhelming the M1A1. T-Man just not quite on top of it there in the micro, and really, really painful loss here for our player in blue, and getting Procomi to the match point here.
Yeah, this was I mean, I do get T-Man's point. If you are on 1-1 and you've gotten yourself into a bad situation, your opener just did not go the way to go. Maybe there wasn't enough aggression. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe the playing the field wasn't the right choice for T-Man because Procomi having more numbers could play the field more effectively, and the A10 getting shot down early on was a really big tempo hit for T-Man against T-Man. I get it. You want to get to the next game.
Yeah.
But by the time the 0 of the infantry were getting bought, I knew T-Man probably wasn't feeling good about the game, but I still wanted to see one last engagement.
Yeah,
I
but
like narrow solutions.
if he would have had Recon in the south, he might have gone for it. Issue was really he lost his iHawk and he lost his Alaris in the south. And that meant that he had M1A1s there, but he had no real way to use them. If he could have used them there, he maybe could have pushed forward again and could have gotten a decent position in the south. But his northern flank completely collapsed there, whilst we saw the southern engagement as well. The Su-25s took a lot of his units out. The Mi-24 got all the IFVs in the north, including the Bradley. And that really was painful, completely collapsing his northern, at least, threat potential, meaning that Procomi was able to bring everything south at that moment. So, yeah, I think his chances there were really, really slim. But I also kind of wanted to see a bit more. Fully understand why he surrendered, though. In a best of 5, you want to reserve your energy, you want to not get it into a bad mindset, and just, if you see it's over, just, say, okay, let's stop it here, let's get into the next game, and let's go on here.
Yeah, can I point out there were some kills with the Bradleys that I believe were only possible because of the ATGM changes. Those who don't know, the ATGMs basically get the IFV ATGM gained nerf on their speed and their reload speed, and the fact that the Bradley has like an actual launcher with 2 different missiles in it allows it to fire the next missile when the first one hits and not have to wait for the reload. And there were a few cases where the T-80s got killed or hit critically, where if they had been given that little bit of extra time of not having the integrated missile, T-80s could have probably survived.
Yeah, really good play here.
Procomi is asking you what maps are left.
Well, no, he's asking T-Man.
Oh, well, yeah, but I don't know. I can't answer it. T-Man, maybe you could.
I don't know either. Two lakes, two ways. Death row. Crider. Oh, they didn't ban Crider. Yeah, Crider. Airport. Two lakes. They banned Hesse, right? Yeah, they banned Hesse.
Please no 2 legs. Please no 2 legs. No 2 legs. No 2 legs. No 2 legs. Though I would, it's not impossible to have full games on 2 legs. Oh, it's picking 2 legs. Okay, it's not impossible to have good games on legs, but damn.
Yeah,
You could
okay.
have Crider or Airport. So much more interesting.
Two lakes is the pick. Okay. Yeah. He isn't good at Crider though. Okay. He isn't good at Crider. That's one of the maps we don't see him picking often. Like if you have a look at maps, he only played it 3 times and he lost twice on it. He only has a 33% win rate on it, so I don't think we will see him on Crider. Like that might be a map to pick if we get to game number 5 here for Teeman. But yeah, I am worried on 2 legs for Teeman.
Yeah, T-Man's weakness in doing aggro opener can show pretty badly on this map, as it is the most straightforward map, and so straightforward openers and straightforward positions early on can get you a lot that you can't necessarily efficiently gain back by good mid game or late game decisions.
Yeah, and with all of that said, guys, let's have a look on the Metrino page, guys. As there's still one of you that can at least add 25 cents to the prize pool completely for free. Come on, guys, let's get that last claim code button clicked and add the 25 cents. And yeah, if you feel like you want to support these two guys even more, consider clicking the contribute button and add money to the prize pool directly. And yeah, thanks for all of the support, for all the new follows, for all the views over the last couple of months. The season went a bit longer than hoped, as there were a couple of hiccups this time around with getting the games played, summertime and all. So, but yeah, we got here, and I'm really excited for season 5 coming up in September, with Southegg very, very likely being around. New meta, new divisions, new maps, and like a lot of new maps. When we saw the last dev block, it sounded like 5 new ranked maps there coming around. So like half of the map pool being rotated out, basically. I'm really excited for that, as Eugen also got a lot better at making maps, and hopefully we get rid of 2 lakes finally. But maybe that means we will have one last league hurrah here on it in the next game. So pretty excited for that. And yeah, really excited to see all of you in season 5. You can sign up using the code in the chat right now. And yeah, let's get that going.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting. Call me banning div mob, 9th Panzer, 20th Panzer, and 79th this time banned. 56 and 7th Panzer being banned on the other side. So yeah, we won't see 9th and 7th Panzer once more. And I feel like this is the time where Procomi pinks out 2nd UK. Like, this is the 2nd UK map, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the opener carries so much weight on this map, famously too much weight. And 2nd UK having all their helicopters, having all their SAS, and with Procomi used to do like 2 cards of 0-vet challengers to gain late game fire support for second UK. That's not possible, of course, as one of the cards got removed from the division. But still, the opener-centric playstyle, I think, can probably could probably carry against T-Man. Depends, of course, what T-Man is playing. If T-Man could actually play 6 US and go and try to counter second UK with even stronger special forces, the Navy SEALs, which will beat the SAS in town fights, I believe.
Yeah, but Team picks first here, so I don't think you want to pick
Oh, that's
6 US. You don't want to pick 6 US first.
yeah.
And yeah, I would expect a really classic pick here out of Team. Like, I kind of even go for something like second Panzer Grenadier, though he hasn't played that super much in the past, but like just some average Warno division here. Some 39 second Panzer Grenadier. 8th US is not that great on the map, but yeah, could be brought out here as well. We'll see. No diff mob for him this time around. Yeah, no 7th Panzer. I'm a bit sad that we won't see the return of the team in 7th Panzer. I always loved that in his hands. The only guy who really could ever make it work, even when it wasn't quite on the top. Like, there was a small time frame where it was just really, really strong. But outside of that, it was usually only T-Man who played it. Oh, he's going 119th. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going for his top division. Okay, 119th for T-Man. Interesting pick.
He-Man is desperately wants us to have an interesting game on 2 legs.
Are we going to see second do we see the top divisions from both players here? Do we see second infantry division on the other side? I feel like it's the time to pick the second infantry here now.
Yes, second infantry with some bombers and some very, very well done like ATGM positioning and some helicopters. Yeah, I think they can do it. They can. It's difficult. Like going against 119th core force is not easy as second UK. But if you can get your bombers to perform, and Procomi generally does do that, the end result can very easily be that the 119th front line just can't hold against the helicopter dropped infantry or the fast Saxons transporting infantry all throughout the line. Could go badly against second UK if T-Man overextends. But of course, if T-Man can hold air control alongside the tanks can just trade with their front armor against everything.
Yeah, the second UK pick kind of feels like the safe one here, and also the most exciting. 79th is banned. You could go maybe really, really fancy and just pick 3rd US, but I don't really think that's the play here with the opener weakness of the 3rd that it currently has. And yeah, that's so second Panzer Grenadier with the MR10s could maybe do it as well, but then you don't have the great infantry to deal with the Spaz Redredka. Like, yeah, going to be interesting to see what Procomi actually comes up with if it isn't second UK. Like, Territorial Commando Süd isn't it either. It just can't really deal with the TADs, and even the Redredka BMP2s are going to be annoying there. Yeah, what is it going to be here? Like, I'm 60% on second infantry, but I have no idea what the other 40% could be.
It could be just second Panzer Grenadier. I mean, second Panzer Grenadier that can still get the forward deployment opener, and against 119th, you're not going to be challenging them in close range urban fights anyways. So might as well have the Fallschirmjäger instead of the SAS, and then you could have a nice core force. Oh, it picks 9th American. It gets the prototype division ground launch Hellfire.
Oh.
So infantry aggro and basically no tank, no suitable tanks to face any of the T8.
Yeah, this is a really weird division, everybody. You don't get Kiowa warriors. You don't get really forward deploy infantry to stop Spetsnaz. You have pretty strong infantry though. Your light rifles with the triple MG and your light rifle law with a sniper in there as well, plus AGLs on all the Humvees. That's a pretty interesting infantry tab. You get good TOW 2s, and you get solid artillery as well. But your tank tab is wholly insufficient at going toe to toe with the T-055s and the TADUDs on the other side. You have to deal with the enemy there with your ATGMs. Luckily, you have great Hellfires on the ground. You have an interesting recon tab here as well with the fast driving TOW 2 and 50 cal and AGL dune buggies here. You have a fantastic air tab as well that you could use, but great fighters on War at 19th as well. So it's absolute mobility, US mobility versus just War at 19th, Soviets' heaviest steel, heaviest armor, and that is going to be quite the matchup. I'm not really sure how you play this with 9th, but I'm really excited to see how he will approach it.
I'm thinking that the 9th is just gonna try to out-exist the fire support of the of 119th. That with enough TOW missiles and the ground launch Hellfires getting microed, having a lot of snipers, having the and recon all around on a small and short and kind of thin map of 2 lakes, I don't think it's impossible to like early on try to take positions that the enemy is gonna want to get like a mass of TATs going, and then those TATs are gonna be inefficient, and the TO-55s, of course, are gonna be part of this, but they're gonna be inefficient because they're gonna be fighting buildings. But the problem is, how is this gonna be done from Pro Commis side when T-Man is gonna open with Spetsnaz?
Yeah, strong LGB ones here, but you don't really want to use the air slot on this. You want to use it on the MiG-29s and the SU-27s to protect yourself against the F-16 spam on the other side. As the F-16 ground strike capabilities are strong, your Tunguskas can get overwhelmed there as well. So I think it comes down a lot to the airplay in this matchup. Like, that's 9th way to victory. It has a fantastic air tab, and it can use its annoying ground units to maybe strike you here and there, but it can't really push with those unless something like the F-15s plus 80 F-16s here come through. The air tab here is somewhat limited as well for 9th, but what you get in it is insanely capable. Like the Pave Claw gun plus the Mavericks can't kill off anything. The Cluster Bomber is actually kind of decent as well. And the F-15 and Shotgun Fighter F-16 combo is a really scary fighter combo as well.
Pro Commis is currently asking for 5 minutes, so probably that. Are we gonna do that on our end as well, Protoss?
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break here as well. I need to use the restroom as well, so that's nice of Pro Commis. So see you all in a 3-minute break, guys. And yeah, don't run anywhere. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what 9th US here can bring to the table. I'm really excited for the Team Pro Commis game. Pro Commis is back now, so we're gonna get in here any second. And yeah, Ward 19th on the other side. Like, this is going to be a really classic game from Team N. That might be the issue. Like, if Pro Commis has that fully figured out, that could be backfiring. But as long as Team N doesn't fall for bad airplay, I feel like his chances are really, really good in this game, because he usually isn't one to overstep into a COCV all that much.
Yeah, the 119th, I used to call it back in the day a can opener division, because you have to just go slowly and you have to grind, and you just have to, yeah, if you move your little can opener just slightly to the right or slightly to the left, it's not gonna cut anything, so you just have to, squeeze both the can and the opener in your hand and just gonna keep on pushing it. And I think it is a good metaphor for what 1/19th is. It can break through anything as long as you don't make mistakes. As long as you just know what you're doing. Suddenly, with the can opener, you can get that really good corner where you suddenly are just breaking through everything, and that is also part of the 1/19th experience. The 1/19th having the Rasvedka BMP2s has made it a pretty valid all-in division, even on ranked. But the problem is that even when you're doing all ins, if your all in doesn't immediately win you the game, you're still gonna have to make decisions. And 1/19th divisional composition just doesn't allow you to make mistakes with those
And
decisions.
I think T-Man got the better side for his division on. Doesn't have to defend Oscar, does and can push towards Lima later on.
Yeah,
Defending
I
X-Ray
agree.
before 19th should be relatively easy. The Zulu with the Spaz nuts can be defended quite nicely in the early game as well. So I feel like T-Man has the advantage here this time around. But yeah, Procomi really found good opener last time around. And that's the big worry here, that he finds another opener like that and we're just gonna end it here. I'm not cheering for T-Man right now, guys. I'm cheering for game number 5 because these two have been an absolute blast all season. These two have been an absolute blast this series already as well. So I kind of want to see another T-Man show here and then see an absolutely amazing game number 5. But obviously, Brokomi's openers are brutal, and if T-Man slips here again, that might be his last slip in the series.
Yeah. The I'm th- Wait, do they get A10? They don't get A10s on no.
No,
No.
no, it's
And
all striking F-16s. It's good
yeah,
F-16s, like the F-16 with the paved claw gun that can shred through BMP2s even with the cannon, and even T-80s can get damaged by it. Like, it's basically an A-10 gun on an F-16. Though because the F-16 is flying faster and it has a bit lower accuracy as well, it's not quite as deadly.
here we're seeing first openers here. Procomi putting out uh, snipers in the super fast FAV transports.
Yeah, and those can be really deadly as well. They are forward deployment and have that super fast transport. So that's the furthest you can go. And this uh, sniper, the Barrett M82, can damage vehicles. It is a 50 cal sniper, and especially once the sniper trait goes online and it gets the plus 500 damage boost, that Barrett can actually kill off BTRs and even BMP2s relatively quickly if they don't spot it and kill it and
Yeah,
fire on it. So
it
that's
becomes
can be
it becomes
snowballing really hard. But yeah, it's not gonna, hopefully not gonna work against T-Man here in this game. Like, as I said,
yeah.
I'm not cheering against Procomi, just cheering for game number 5 here.
Yeah, I don't know even who I'm cheering for at this point. I am such a big fan of both these players. I'm just trying to call balls and strikes here. But yeah, the sniper M82, this unit is hysterical. Like the 500-point damage bonus means that they can destroy both ground units and even light vehicles that would be generally used to counter them if they're in right positions. They are so difficult to spot when they get that one extra level of stealth from the sniper trait, which they will gain for sitting still 10 seconds. And if T-Man lacks Spetsnaz GRU, if somebody takes out just a single recon squad, or if the recon squad gets into a position where it's like 1,000 meters from the enemy, both of these sniper rifles from the unit can easily destroy a 6 or 7 man squad, or at least push them away. And those M82s have like incredible potential in them. Of course, if they get caught out of position, they are as good as dead anyways. Still, interesting. Procomi's attack towards Zulu seems to be very limited. But look at where Procomi is putting all of their resources. There is even a coffin launcher, a Cock V Ground Lord Hellfire, and a Chaparral weapons all of these investments are going heavily into Oscar, but T-Man doesn't seem to be sending anything.
T-Man wants to play it slow and steady here, and I think that's the right choice, seeing how he seems to be just a step behind opener wise compared to Pro Kami, so trying to win it in the opener. When your mid game can struggle really hard with 119 if you don't hit the opener, uh, because you have that kind of gap between having your forward deploy Spetsnaz and your Vertigo BMP2s, and then trying to get the TADs online in number together with enough support. Like, there is a bit of a time gap where you can't really get anything else on the board in high enough numbers to really keep the push on. So yeah, not gambling there into trying to go into Oscar, rather playing it safe and trying to win it with the late heavy tanks with enough air cover. I think that's the right choice. But yeah, Pro Kami doesn't want to risk it at Oscar, meaning that yeah, his push towards Zulu will be pretty weak here.
Yeah, the T-Man is putting in the flame tanks, but T-Man's Recon Rasvedka BMP is taking like the most defensive deployment I've ever seen here, just not even trying to get close to Oscar. And T-Man getting both T-80 and the two fire support tanks. The fire support tanks moving into the southern forest, interestingly, to kind of get a flanking position, and the T-80 moving in and holding the middle reinforcement road. And with the Spetsnaz keeping the middle or at least the left side corner of Zulu, T-Man should be able to reinforce this even if there is a significant infantry attack. But there is not a significant infantry. I'm afraid that Pro Komi might be whiffing the opener, over investing into Oscar, and then getting forced into a position where they have to reroute all of their units or just take the tempo. And ninth can't really take the tempo hits early on against 119th.
Yeah, there might be a bit of an attempt here of Procami to get a setup for X-ray push. Like, that could be what he's doing here, trying to clean out in front of Oscar and then trying to use the relatively open air space usually towards X-ray to push there with his light forces, and then if there's a TADU, killing it with airplanes, pushing through them. Like, that is a play that we sometimes see, and that could be a way here of playing from the side he plays on, because obviously the obvious choice is pushing Zulu, but that always can be a bit of a nasty grind, and if the enemy has Spetsnaz in there, you're gonna struggle there in the early game getting in there. So X-ray push might be a valid option here, but it's always such a deep push nonetheless. The reinforcement there is not super easy for T-Man, but it's obviously a lot easier than the reinforcement through Oscar into X-ray that you have to do as pro copy here. So you have to set that up just right and strike with just the right force. Otherwise, if it gets found out too early and the enemy can set up defenses at X-ray, you're kind of cooked.
Yeah, the X-ray overextension as well as the Papa overextension on the other side. You very rarely see people really go in for Papa compared to going into X-ray, which I think is a bit of an unbalanced thing about this map, because the Lima position down south is so in reach. Divisions doing grind fights down south, all divisions doing grind fights south, really.
And we have the SU-27 from the get-go. That makes sense with the somewhat conservative opener in general, and yeah, having two TO-55s, getting rid of the T-80, that makes sense as well. Trying to find the enemy recon helicopter as the SU-25 flies over it. Kiowa did stay back though, so the SU-27 here, I mean, doesn't find anything. Great fighter, really good capabilities all around, with a lot of missiles, especially 10 missiles below this one, with all of these being good missiles, 30% ECM. It's not as fast as the F-15 on the other side. It doesn't have this 40% ECM, but it's still pretty capable in the 1v1 fight between the two, and against multiple targets, it's just mass of missiles is a big advantage.
Yeah, now we're seeing Pro Commies Recon Force is going out there and finding out nothing. That's could actually lead to units getting rerouted here. Some units are already going in and pushing further northwest from Oscar. trying to get themselves into a position to attack X-Ray. But the Rasvedka BMP2 has spotted the first and misses a Conquerors against the Fav. The Favs moving all around the place, trying to get themselves into positions where they get some important early warning knowledge.
Yeah, we have the Stingers and the light rifles set up in the south. There's a couple of units routing north now as well. Kiowa going up there. VATS, AA going up there as well. COCV stays in the middle for now. Helicopter being rerouted north as well. There is an Igla there. There is an Mi-24 coming up in the south as well. But the TADU is being bought south. So it doesn't seem like T-Man quite has figured out yet that the current attack route of Procomi is the north. TADU really coming in here to try to deal with the southern push. As the Mi-24 kind of struggles with the FAF, but will get it killed off eventually here. Whilst the 50 cal Humvee pushes on in the north, trying to figure out what the hell is going on here.
Yeah, T-Man has spotted this and can see the Kiowa here, the Su-27 moving out there to take out the Kiowa. Will probably get the Hog as well during this big run.
Oh, yeah, gets another shot on there. Doesn't quite get the gun on target, though. So the Hog does survive. Procomi should be able to keep that alive as well. T-Chap not able to attack here onto the Su-27, so that one will stay unharmed as well. Whilst, yeah, both sides got some of the points, but the push of the light rifles and the VATS does continue, and the VATS will be able to hold off the Mi-24. Now BMP1s with Motostrelki coming in, another Su-27 coming around as well, so situation here starts to stabilize with the Mi-24 getting good rockets on a light rifle there. AGL next to it getting heavily damaged as well. The VATS is around, so the Mi-24 will need to be careful, but at least for now, T-Man does set up a decent defense there for the northern push, whilst the TADU has arrived in the south.
Yeah, the reinforcements that T-Man bought here are not coming in the fastest vehicles with the Fagots, and these are only 0-vet units. But in this kind of defensive fight, if you're doing garrison duties, 0-vet units are suitable, especially when you're lacking infantry as 1/19th. And meanwhile, T-Man's tanks, the TO-55s, slowly moving into their opener positions, but everything else has shut down. Only movement here is in reinforcements, helicopters from T-Man's side, and more infantry and more ATGMs coming from coming.
Yeah, BMP2 getting into the action here, getting some nice shots onto the enemy units, getting rid of some light rifles, going to kill the Humvees here, and starts to generate some value. The snipers pushing forward, but won't get close enough here with the recon. Still able to spot them there. COCV got smoked off as well, so that one won't get on target with the Hellfires. Ooh, the Coffin Launcher actually moving in to get rid of the Spetsredredka. Or the Spetsnaz 3RU, rather. That could be nice for Procomi. But I don't see any successes here versus X-Ray in the short term.
Yeah, the Mi-24V rocket does have a line of sight against the ALVM, and it misses. No, it hits, but it 8 damage, not enough.
Gets the second one down to 2 hit points. The M60 there smokes off. Has 12 frontal armor, that saves us there. The smoke is nice as well, but yeah, means that it has to get the hell out of here now. Was just a bit too far away to get onto the Spetsnaz. As the engineer under fire here still by the BMP2. The VIDS only now trying to get shot onto the Mi-24. A bit too late. Rockets come on top of it. And it gets killed off. And Procomi is completely stuck up here. He should stop sending more units in there. And this is the issue of 9th at this moment. Especially with the side he got. Yeah, this is a really critical spot here now to be in for Procomi.
Yeah, the heavy rocket salvos are a hard counter to basically everything. There are in the deck of ninth, the division, there are units that can provide close range anti-air and anti-helicopter duties, but those units are quite expensive and vulnerable. The fact that the Mi-24Vs can constantly just quickly reload their 20 rockets, go out there and fire them out, and also have the cocoons to snipe out stuff on 2,800-meter range. The Mi-24V's perfect counters, like the T-Man's Su-27 is winning this on default. And the Pro Commie is committing on this overextension, I would dare to say. These are pretty bad positions, and there are not that many good targets for the Cock Vs. There are 2 Cock Vs out of 3 in the deck, no tanks to be sighted. There are TOW2s in the southern area, there are dragons in the southern area, but Spetsnaz GRU spotting numerous Spetsnaz GRUs, 3 already, with a bunch of tanks and now 2 Tunguskas. T-Man's attack down south is building up pretty nicely as everything here is happening up north.
Yeah, Mi-24 rocket moving around. Second one moving up north. So they kind of meet in the center here. And that defensive line for T-Man looks pretty solid. T-Man actually feeling so comfortable that he buys more AA and more artillery for the south already. Already thinking about the aggression here. Might be a slight bit too early. I would have liked to see 1 or 2 more defensive units for the north, like a TO-55 and an infantry unit, before seeing the artillery. But for now, it should be enough to hold out. No airplay here out of Pro Commie yet, and yeah, it's hard to push that deep with the Air Force, and the light rifle dragons just not really cut out for it right now. As the Mi-24V rocket come around again, get the expensive sniper unit, and the second one comes around for the light rifles that will get demolished quite quickly here as well. The S-13's doing a fantastic job, getting a good kill there, and Pro Commie is really struggling here. Su-27 gets the next kill. T-Chap trying to get on target. Ooh, F-16C gets shot by the Su-37 before getting through towards the Tunguska. Tunguskas have their radar weapon, the guns, turned off as well, so they still can use their missiles. F-15 not able to kill the Su-27, only gets a hit. Oh no, the T-Chap actually gets a hit. F-15 wasn't quite fast enough. Comes in now for the Mi-24, but doesn't even spot those. And Pro Commie is in a really weird spot here. Su-27 is around again, so that F-15 is getting the hell out of there. Still, no real results shown for it, and more units lost for Pro Commie.
Yeah, the T-Chap is really not performing here. It doesn't have radar, so its aim time is way too much. It only has 4 missiles because and there is no supply for Commie out there, so it's not sustainable. And now Commie actually retreating with a bunch of units here. It's pretty clear that, especially with that latest air attack from Pro Commie, that he understands where this is going. And TO-55s, one of them getting taken out by a TOW-2. That's a pretty crucial kill here. You want to limit all the fire support the enemy is going to have. 1/19th is going to push through. The question is, are they going to push through efficiently or not? And, every single tank, every single unit, every single delay is just a little bit more inefficiency.
Yeah, the artillery here.
Well, maybe not, considering that there is no point lead for Pro Commie, so maybe it is not exactly that. Now Pro Commie, T-Man getting a bunch of artillery here with the Musta gun, and these things do hold complete artillery supremacy right now. And with all the positions being so predictable, the spotting positions, the towers, the ATGM positions, there's not gonna be. It's gonna be more than enough here for them to shoot at, and the first prey is gonna be the T-Chap running away.
Yes, Spetsnaz GRU getting pushed back there on the front line. The AGL doing a good job there. TO-55s being pushed back by the TOW-2s. Another M60 with the mine-clearing rockets coming in. That's good against Spetsnaz, really cost-efficient there. If it gets some hits in, engineers coming in there to follow that up. But the artillery is ready on the other side as well. There are a good amount of tanks here, so Pro Commie didn't really invest enough to really have an advantage down south here, as T-Man did get enough forces down there over time as well. And currently aiming towards the COCV. Does spot it again. Does even go direct for the direct target here. And that COCV might be in trouble. Still keeps on moving for now, so it can dodge the artillery like that, but still moving on.
Light rifles engaging Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz getting the RPO launchers, immediately putting the light rifles on low cohesion. And Spetsnaz, incredibly powerful in town fights.
Yeah, double SU-27 pushes back the F-15 on the other side. COCV luckily does dodge the artillery. TO-55 coming around, engineered dragons trying to defend them. Gets the stun on the TO-55. Oh, COCV has to be careful to not back into the artillery here. Yeah, Pro-Commi not on the A level right now.
Yeah, I think Pro-Commi was really just bamboozled by the fact that there was so much invested into Oscar. There was nothing on Oscar. T-Man completely dodged it. So Pro-Commi tried to, the story about when you can't make the pants out of the, but we made really nice gloves for you out of this opener. We couldn't do the town fight, but hey, maybe we can do like a fast overextension, and then the fast overextension doesn't happen. And well, maybe we can hold up maybe we can hold a reserve here so we can push through in the end game or something. But no, this project up north, it's not working out. The mouse has not been able and will not be able to make anything wearable out of that opener, I think. And
yeah, and the TADU's getting the TOW in the south as well. There is another COCV coming up there. And on Zero Vet, it actually has a bit more availability. But the take only now coming in here for Pro-Commi with a CVE is at least now ahead of that of T-Man. So T-Man will have to get some points elsewhere on the battlefield to get that back. But the issue is that T-Man is controlling the skies, SU-27s diving deep here, getting the F-16s, and I don't think the F-15s will be ready here to counter. Nope, doesn't look like it. F-16 cluster just goes down, and that means the TADUs now can keep on pushing forward. There's really nothing to stop them here. And that's a big issue here for the 9th. The opener just didn't really work out, and light rifles versus the rest here. BMP3, TADUD and use BMP1s pushing forward. The M60 can't really take these fights. SU-27's coming out against the Eagle. Eagle doesn't get a hit, but neither does the SU-27 at least. Only a couple of gun rounds. SU-27 once more does miss, gets pushed back by the Chappie. So at least that one is nice, but the SU-27 still does survive as well. And yeah, it's only 79 points now when the CV gets killed off. And T-Man really playing this methodically. I'm, as I said, still not a fan that he got the artillery quite that early, but at least he's using it and starts to generate more value. And currently the kill feed all blue.
Yeah, I think the artillery was brought out early, as you said, but this has also been like unusually static game. And in this situation, getting the early artillery advantage, it means that you can also maybe even try to counter battery the enemy artillery with your superior numbers whenever they show up. And everything here for Pro-Commi outside of the M60s is vulnerable. And M60s are even vulnerable. The ground launch Hellfire got some shots at and pushed ATU out, but did no major damage and is already out of half of its missiles. And with reinforcements coming in here, being 50 cal Humvees with engineers and light rifles, nothing really crucial gonna come out here. I think that guided shell artillery, the CLGP, is targeting a 4-man Motorstrelke squad, probably be able to get it out, but with so much infantry already, and T-Man even having the leader here to provide upvet for this infantry, meaning that their zero vet status is less relevant. This is not going well for Pro-Commi.
Yeah, good hold here by T-Man in these fights, and the TADU's still alive. The airplay going pretty well as well. The AAT here pushing back The artillery, the 152mm artillery, doing a good job hitting the scouts, hitting the stingers, and the Motostrike is just holding on there. TADUs now pushing forward again. There is not enough firepower here consolidated to just have like a big ATGM wave killing one of the TADs immediately, so you would need air or artillery to kill that, and that's not really around. Spetsnaz are just so numerous in this town that nothing can stop it, and the coffin launchers just got killed off, and that's a big issue here for the infantry fights as well. Like, those coffin launchers were supposed to open up the spot for infantry fights, and they just never really did. And instead, the artillery now falls onto Pro Commie and reduces his infantry advantage by a lot. Yeah.
Funnily enough, this game is going very much like a game against T-Man earlier in this in the league, where T-Man lost the game on Vertigo by doing complete overinvestment into the northern side of Vertigo, just allowing their enemy to start the game from a way better position.
As the F-15 Sea Eagle gets pushed back, and S-27S comes in there, pushing it back there as well. As the S-27s really keep the sky clean here. Tunguska, meaning that they have a space to fall back to. As there are now 4 Tunguskas down here. There are the TO-55s, there are the T-80s, and yeah, this is a classic two legs game. If the mobile division can't get an early advantage, then the heavier division can just do exactly this here. The COCV trying to get some kills, get the BMP-2, gets the BMP-1. Some Spetsnaz overextended a bit and got killed there in the middle in that infantry fight again with the AGL and 50 cal getting in there. SU-37 trying to hunt down the COCV on the ground. That's maybe a bit overeager here. Stingers trying to come around and going to be able to get some shots out there, but the kill feed here is still in favor of T-Man, even though a couple units here currently going down left and right.
Yeah, T-Man's victory condition here is really just about trading well, because the trading well, moving from 500 meters forward and then another 500 meters forward until they can reach the corner of Lima. And Lima being a 2-point zone, you don't have to even hold it for that long to gain 100 points necessary to win the game, to not have this game end in a draw. Or Pro Commie currently leading with 50 points. That can be taken out at any point basically. But T-Man just doesn't see the need. T-Man knows that he's trading up.
Takes out the F-15, takes out the first cluster. SU-37s and MiG-29s here diving deep. Get pushed back. Do the Stingers get another shot out here? They don't get the reload on time, so the MiG-29s and SU-27s likely gonna escape here. T-Chap, can it get it? No, it can't get the target, missile on target in time. TO-55s overextended a bit here. T-80s overextended even a bit, but T-80s stay alive. TO-55s are replaceable, and he got a bit of an advantage there position-wise, and he reduced the enemy air spam potential with the kill on the cluster, and that's good enough for now. He just needs to get into 1 point here eventually. Like, this is kinda the slim win condition here of Pro Commie, that he just never allows T-Man to get a tick on to get those 50 points back, but it's a tough win condition to achieve.
Yeah, it's T-Man could do this in like 3 minutes, and the Pro Commie is spending so much in holding this forward position, and the forward positions are not gaining him anything. Like the Cock V sightlines and the TOW2 sightlines, like these things are valuable and they can theoretically take out some of the crucial vehicles, but even right now they need to be so well hidden that they're constantly just retreating with these expensive launchers.
Yeah, TADUD's moving around. SU-27S flying above all of this will stay in here, pushes back the F-16C seat again. Tunguskas still can use their missiles here. They turned off the radar, but the missiles are still capable. COCV coming around, gets a stun against the TADU, but won't be able to kill it off. TADU does smoke off, does fall back, can be repaired. More repair helicopters coming in, more tanks coming in, and eventually you will be able to one-shot kill those ATGM teams like the TOW2s. Artillery can come in on top of them as well. Is doing that already, and that's really where it becomes problematic. When the ATGMs are easy to take out, then the defensive line just can't hold it for much longer.
Yeah, T-Man once again sending a screening force of the Spetsnaz GRU, and now Motostrelki walking and to find the enemy with the more important Spetsnaz and Sapper units right behind it. The TO-55 force moving to support the two T-80s in the southern line. Two Tunguskas are already really close here, and they're in a nice position to ambush any fighters that might be trying to dive these in just a moment. As we said, T-Man makes good decisions, slow and steady, you know, can opener tactics, just slowly scrape away at the thing that you know you can destroy, not too fast.
Yeah, we see some more Toe Cobras here coming in, and the Procomi just needs to try to get a couple of kills onto these mech units, and maybe get some kills against the recon infantry, so that the enemy can't find the ATGMs as easily. EGL trucks got sacrificed a bit too much, so letting them help out in the infantry fight is not going as strong as planned. T-Chap and Stingers here, not able to get the S-27 down, so it keeps on going. Sniper gets the Spetsnaz GRU in the center at least. Igla not able to kill the Toe Cobra just yet, but it will get another hit here now. TADU under ATGM fire, but not getting killed off, whilst keeping up damage in the middle.
Yeah, Igla here crucial to keeping away the Toe Cobras, meaning the BMP-1 with the Fagot missiles can deploy infantry closer. Now here seems to be a big push with the tanks and all the helicopters moving out there at the same time, and Spetsnaz are getting saved. T-Man only gets 4 of those units. If you can save them, you always want to. No infantry unit really is expendable for 119th, especially not the Spetsnaz.
Yeah, but he also gets so many kills here now. The ATGMs in the north, they can hold out a bit defensively. Spetsnaz goes down, but light rifles on the other side just melt. TO-55s keep on pushing forward. Mi-24 with their cocons and rockets keep up the pressure as well. M60 goes down. COCV goes down. That's the way. Oh no, that was just a supply. The COCV GLH still up there, but one more ATGMs flying in. TOW2's Ace going down to artillery fire. The artillery fire really good here for T-Man, and he is closing in on the point, and he just needs it for a couple of seconds to contest it even, to get the +2, to get the 50 points difference up, and then he could even just fall back and let the 9th infantry try to push him back, and it just likely would never happen. So this is the moment where the stand has to come from Procomi. He has to stop it here, otherwise the game is basically over.
Yeah, Ground Lord Hellfire once again managing to push back a tank, but cannot get a kill. And meanwhile, T-Man is just couple of steps from getting into the zone, and T-Man has a command tank right behind here. A bunch of infantry, 0 of that infantry is gonna try to deploy, but none of them are even getting close to T-Man's forces. That is how big T-Man's fire superiority at this point. There are some M60s trying to do damage against the Motostrelkis pushing in, and T-Chap actually getting a really nice hit against the Mi-24V, but so far, well, T-Man actually no infantry reinforcements, only TO-55s and more command tanks, so
yeah,
could be that it's gonna be a little bit slower than we thought.
Gets the AGLs, gets some more transports. The KD here is still good for T-Man, but yeah, just has to get in there. And that's the issue. Like, he doesn't even have to really fully contest. He just has to drive in the tank there for a couple of seconds, like 25 seconds, and he got this with the +2. 16 goes down here to the MiG-29 and SU-27. That's a bit painful one for Procomi, as the next plane gets shot down here at least. MiG-29 goes down to the G-Chap. But the question is, can this just constant reinforcement into the zone, into the grinder, work out for Procomi for another 13 minutes, as the TDUs are just already knocking. And yeah, you said the infantry might be a bit slim, but I feel like there should just be at least a bit more, and with just that bit more, the tanks here can work.
I think the TO-55s are the bit more. I think that is enough fire support to help this, but right now though, not a lot of supply here on team, and the Gruzovo is far away. Okay, last Spetsnaz unit, I think, or second to last, getting bought here, but it's gonna take a little bit of time before it arrives in the lines.
Seaplane coming around, S-37 coming around and return again. Going pretty low. F-16 getting hit, not getting killed. The Tier 255s getting killed off by engineers. M40 in a decent spot there. The defense is well set up. Good killing parameter, but the TADs and TO-55s coming up in higher numbers once more. TO-55 starts to go down. TAD with engine damage. The Mi-24s here shouldn't have pushed in, but two TAD BVKs here now coming in with the CV. Motostrelki trying to get close. The Mi-24 push really a bit of an odd one. Both Mi-24s getting shut. Oh no, one getting shut down. The second one under fire. TADUDs and Us are in such high number that there are four of them here now pushing forward together with the BVKs. As you said, the infantry number is a bit low, but yeah, he just needs to go in there for a while. It's not like 9FUS has a fantastic infantry launching team combo, no Apilas or Law 80s or stuff like that, and all the light rifles just get completely snacked, all the TOW2s get completely smacked, and that is kind of it with the front line to stop the TAD-BVK. They should be able to get in and just grab the points here.
Yeah, two of them is enough to deal with the two dragons, as long as no side shots happen here, and a Cock V Hellfire is getting in here to try to look at that sideline, but the TAD BVKs are just slightly out of position for them to attack, and with artillery and all of the fire support here keeping the infantry heads down, the dragons are not really a threat, with 38% maximum accuracy. Minimum accuracy.
The light rifle dragons just getting pushed back there. The units in the south going down as well. There is the issue with divisions like 9FUS. They lack the crunch units. Whenever something gets hit, they go down. Both TAD BVK getting hit here pretty hard.
Side shots from the dragons. Cast the curse.
TO-55 gets routed by the Law light rifles in the south. Gets pushed back there, but artillery lands around them. Whilst we see TDU with engineer damaged, moving back a bit up there, as 10 minutes now, 50 points. This should be winnable for Timan. He just needs to find a way to actually get it in there. At least his TAD-BVs did survive. Whilst light rifle Law here, under fire by the TO-55, Special GIU pushing forward, and the TO-55AS just keep on shooting as well.
Only one Hellfire unit left, or is it even?
Another one went down in the north just now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, where's the southern one? I think it went down as well.
Yeah, it went down as well. So there is nothing here really to deal with the TADUs, and there we go. Team pushing forward. And that is the push towards the game number 5. And yeah, we will have a real series.
Yeah, this is we're gonna be I am so glad that our last map will not be 2 lakes. And if you think that we casters sounded a bit more quiet during this game than the earlier games, First of all, blame the map. Second of all, we are saving the last of our voices and the last of our energies for the final map on the Division 1. Is this season 4 or 5,
Yeah,
Proton?
season 4.
Season 4, WARNO League, Division 1, Grand Finals, Best of 5, final game with two former Division 1 champions facing against each other. T-Man winning this game with a 2.2 kill ratio. Didn't I tell you? He is the guy who makes good decisions. And honestly, as we said earlier, Pro Comi just really did the wrong decisions in the opener. I would personally have maybe, with the benefit of hindsight, I would have maybe just moved some of those units into an aggressive position throughout towards the south instead of going in for the backpoint Hail Mary without the air supremacy and without proper anti-air, without Avengers in the deck. The T-chaps were just not good enough to contest the MI-24Vs. And Pro Comi hang around back there way too long and never achieved anything. And against something like 119th, you're not going to come back from that position without your opponent making some serious overextensions.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how this goes here now. As Team in Place got a really good KD in this one, and Pro Comi just couldn't fight the opener. So, kinda the story so far. If the game goes long, Team wins. If the game goes, if Pro Comi can find a weakness in Team opener, Pro Comi wins. But that also here kind of was down to the division. Like 9th, I don't think was a good pick. It's a bit of a wild one, and with the other side, maybe yes, but you can't always like maybe it was a bit of a gamble there to get the other side. Then you can push maybe into the northern point there and get some damage done there. But in general, like 9th US wants to be a bit more agile than Two Lakes. Like it wants to use its fast-moving Humvees and get the sideshows with the KV, and that just can't happen on this map. So yeah, really interesting pick there. Didn't work out. I think we're gonna go back to something classic next game out of Pro Comi, and it's a decider game, guys. Game number 5. It's a good amount of prize money on the line. We now have it all set up when it comes to the claim code buttons. All 100 codes have been claimed. The second charge of 50s, last one here, claimed by Vincent. So thanks to all of you for the support there. If you want to support it further, consider the contribute button. If you want to support the channel further, absolutely leave a like down below. And if you don't want to miss any future WARNO tournament action, follow the channel, subscribe on YouTube. And yeah, if you have a Twitch Prime or so laying around, or you want to join the channel member, get some cool emotes, and help out all of this content coming out for the next couple of years, yeah, just become a channel member or subscribe on YouTube. And if you want to get into the action yourself, sign up for WARNO League Season 5, as we're getting to see the maps. And we're gonna have Airport. Ooh, I'm excited for Airport as the final map. I kind of hope for Kryder,
excellent.
but Airport is a cool map as well.
Yeah, versatile, has both easily identifiable close range and long range angles, which can be the close range angles can be generally countered with some long range units in good positions. Some of the long range angles, and the other way around, also, especially in the hangar area, some close range units can really punch above their weight with proper micro positioning. And it's also a wide map. A wide map means that there's more space and more interesting stuff that people can do. Yeah, I second Protoss, like Fat Kid Paladin. Like, come on, like you don't walk in to the opposing team's bar and start chanting your football songs or whatever you do. No, this is an anti-Two Lakes stream and an anti-Two Lakes league, no matter what the players believe. Damn it.
Yeah, when we come to Airport,
banning the Knife Panzer.
When it comes to Airport, both of these players have a 100% win rate on the map. So one of those 100s will go down here. But that also means they both know how to play this map. and I'm really excited for it because that map has some really cool ideas. Has a lot of interesting openers that we have seen on it. Ninth Panzer, classic band there. Seventh Panzer, likely gonna come from the other side. I'm not gonna get my dream matchup between these two. I can live with that. They have delivered 4 amazing games already. I'm really excited for this one. I think this one will be a real banger. It might end quickly here. Like airport maps games can get pretty snowbally, but they also can go into really cool 40-minute games. Like that map can deliver anything, and I'm absolutely here for it, no matter what we get. So, yeah, get your. What do you think, guys? Would be the perfect division for these players here on this map? What would you pick on airport if you would be Team or Pro Commie? And
Pro Commie, second UK.
eh, it doesn't have enough ATGMs. I don't like Milan 2 divisions on this map. Like this is my issue with second UK. Like I don't
As a
like.
counter, not as a primary. I agree.
Well, he has to pick first. So
Oh wait, I never keep track of this.
it's Pro Commie picking first, and yeah, if you have a look at the divisions, I could see a fourth mod Schützen here. Just taking ground early, trying to get a BMP1 T55 push going on somewhere, and then trying to play around with helicopters, which can be pretty good on the map. Airplay is pretty good in fourth as well, though not as amazing as it has been in the past with the MiG-23s replacing the S-22s. But yeah, that it could be even a 24th infantry or 8th infantry here. Yeah, I have no idea what we're gonna see here, to be honest. Like, this map allows for a lot, and these players are capable of a lot as well. Like, that's the cool part. We have seen them really versatile in the division picks here today as well. And yeah, we have seen in 4 games 8 different divisions so far, haven't we? Like, there hasn't been a division that has been picked twice so far.
No div mob ban so far.
Well, that's gonna come in now. I'm like Rokami's still figuring out his 3 bands. I'm pretty certain that Diffmob is gonna be in there. And I also don't think Diffmob is a fantastic airport division, but it's you still don't quite want to play against it. So I still think you're still gonna ban it here. Just for the annoyance
like
sake.
I was thinking that because the div mob is not the optimal division for airport, that Pro Commie doesn't ban it, and then T-Man can get the final game with it. Just keeping up the efficiency. But yeah, you really do want to have at least some amount of mechanized fire support. Crossing over the runway and challenging those like straightforward fortifications that this map offers for ATGM and recon units. You need to have certain amount of armor, and even though div mob units, the tanks have great HE damage, and they can't really perform in the way that you would want them to. 79th is often played here. I would say even 11th horse is at least used to be played here back when air openers were more prevalent, but I wouldn't pick 11th horse here because of the bad infantry.
Yeah. Chat says 101st, but neither of these players has ever played 101st in a tournament. I don't think this is the moment where they're going to start.
I said 11th, but yeah.
Yeah, you said 11th, but Chat said 101st, and I don't see it here for either of these. Like 101st, there are a couple of players who would pick it on this map, like Axis or so, who we're gonna see in Division 1 next season. So excited for that. That would be a player who would bring out the 101st here. But neither Pro Commie nor T-Man is really 101st Airborne player. And they have played it on stream, like T-Man has, but I don't think he's particularly amazing with it. He's not the Karma kind of helicopter micro player. Like, that's not down to his APM. He's not bad with helicopter positioning and usage, but for 101st, you really want to be on top of your helicopter micro, and that's not T-Man.
So, Protoss. Pro Commie banning 56 VDV, 20th Polish, and 5E French armor. So 7th Panzer is still open.
And
5th Panzer also.
as well.
That's true.
No Diffmob ban, no 7th Panzer ban. Yeah, 56 VDV and 20th Polish absolutely makes sense. 5th Blinde it's a division that Team played quite a bit in the past as well. So, and it's annoying to face the MX-30s on this map as well. Just like having an autocannon and a tank in a mix everywhere spread out across the map can be pretty overwhelming. So, yeah, interesting choices there. Teeman now can get some more bans in. I wouldn't expect a div mob ban out of Teeman. What does
I would
Teeman ban?
expect. I would
70.
expect the second Panzer Grenadier ban, maybe,
Well, but that's not the.
considering
Yeah.
this is such a famous second PG map.
Yeah, 79th, I think, is clearly gonna get banned. And then the second ban, Oh, it's gonna be interesting to see what Teeman feels like. Maybe a second UK. Maybe you just want to get it away from Pro Commie here. But yeah, as we haven't seen Pro Commie on it in this series, and even in the semifinal, he hasn't played second. He might just want to leave it open as well. Like, Pro Commie might not quite be on it as much anymore. So this is
Yeah.
pretty interesting.
I mean, this would be the place for T-Man to bring out something interesting. I mean, it's not impossible. T-Man is not an airborne player, but 35th here also not an impossibility. 35th is famously very powerful on this map.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, but with the nerf of stealth in buildings, it has reduced its capabilities in how much the ATGM spam can annoy the enemy. So there we go. Team banning Divmob himself, banning 39th. The 39th ban instead of the 79th ban is interesting. Oh my goodness! Oh!
Six
moto.
Soviet Pro Commie signature.
Okay,
Here we go.
I first thought he would go 6 US. He goes 6 Moto Strelky though. Okay. Are we gonna see a Luftsturmjäger opener here? What?
Pro Commie very rarely uses the Lusumjägers. Instead, plays the standard BMP-1 Recon opener with a lot of early MiG-21 cluster bombers and the autoloader artillery, which is very powerful. And of course, this division does get the best anti-air missiles in the game, the books.
Yeah, and an autoloader artillery. Like that's the great. Like it is one of the best support divisions in the game. It's one of the highest picked 2v2 divisions because of it. Because you get good ATGM capabilities with the Rapira BRDM. You get great artillery with the Hyacinth artillery piece. You get fantastic AA with the Tunguska Buk combo. ZPU good fire support as well. What you don't quite get as well is your in the tank tab and the infantry tab. Like both of them are not bad, but they are only mid tier. You don't get any BMP2s. You only get BMP1s. You still get one kind of Modschützen, which are pretty solid. You get the Luftsturmjägers, which are special forces, but they only can come in the Mi-8s. But still decent special forces. And TADB and T-64s, they are not the most efficient heavy tanks, but you get heavy tanks. So it's all not weak. The Recon is a bit on the weaker side as well, but you still get BRM and Spetsgruppe A, so it's still not bad. And you get MiG-31, so it's really great support, good rest. And that's kind of what the division is built around. So, yeah, gonna be a slower game, I think, from Pro Commie this time around. It's not as much of an opener-focused division, unless you go for the Luftsturmjäger opener here with the Mi-8s.
Yeah, the you can do the Mi-8s, and then you can have some of your Spetsgruppe A close range squads if you're going to fight for the few hangars. And that I think that is something that Pro Commie will do depending on the opponent, the opponent's division. If there is a wedge where the forward deployment opener can get into, I'm sure Pro Commie will at least try to attempt it. But generally, sixth is Commie's conflict division. Sixth is the division where Commie gets to get the large front lines of infantry, of recon, large front lines of anti-air, and then start snipping off key parts of enemy front lines with the MiG-21 cluster and the rest of the air. And if the enemy forces a need to going eighth United States Infantry. Oh damn, this is an interesting pick here. What do you think about this, Proto?
I think 8th is actually a pretty good pick against the tanks. 8th also is, like, it's a mirror match, kinda. Like, both of these divisions
Yeah.
aren't the strongest in the opener. Both of these divisions have pretty solid tank tabs. You both have solid infantry. Both have great artillery. MR10s versus the Hyacinth. Both have good long range AA. And the air tab of 8 was a bit more aggressive, but the MiG-31 kind of shuts it down there. Both have decent helicopter options as well. Decent Mi-8s versus decent Cobras here. So, yeah, this is a kind of bread and butter matchup between two divisions that are not really on the top right now, but both players are well known for these, like, have played these divisions quite a lot in the past. They know how to play them. M60s, M1 Abrams, M1A1s, like, this is a classic once more. And I like it this time more so for Teeman than the 11th ACAF versus 79th, because there he tried to be a bit too fancy in the opener, and it backfired. And this time around, just playing it a bit slower against another a bit slower division there, that could be interesting here. I think we are in for a real treat of a game.
Yeah, the 8th Infantry's weakness, which is that it's not good against enemy aggro. As I was saying, that the 6th can do the aggro in limited capacity if needed, but it can't really follow it up. It's not like a second UK that can follow its forward deployment recon or helicopter opener with a constant stream of quickly transported and efficient infantry squads. No, you're gonna have to wait for the BMP ones to get. And even when they get there, they're still BMP ones. So how much firepower can they really bring out? How much speed, violence, and force of momentum can you do with a BMP one supported by like a single T-64? No, the support units are where you actually want to put your money in, and then using micro and using especially the manufacturing of engagements, the 6th support weapons can get really, really, really much done. And it cannot do the kind of stuff necessarily the breakthrough gameplay that 8th US is weak against. And 8th US can beat 6th forces in close ranges, but not really that efficiently. They have rangers and they have CEVs, but if they send the CEVs in, they're going to have to send tank support, meaning it's going to be a CEV, combat engineering vehicle, as well as some probably expensive tanks, as well as most likely expensive rangers, or arguably the cheaper engineers as well, but the rangers are often played in this situation. So even so 8th infantry needs to invest if it wants to do this sort of fighting, and 6th might give it the chance to start doing that. Let's check. Do 8th does get siege, or does it not? It's very
8th
crucial going against the book.
does get the Wild Weasels, yes.
Yes.
But the
Okay.
Wild
Well,
Weasel
follow
is
Wild
not
Weasel.
a great seed against the Book, as it gets outranged there significantly. So,
Yeah.
not sure if you really want to go into the airplay all that much, or if you're just gonna stay defensive with the F-16s there. But it's going to be interesting to see how this all goes. As I said, it's two pretty similar divisions in their, like, combined arms approach with good support, decent baseline, but a bit of a speed issue at the beginning. Both having some special forces, but not the top line. Like, Rangers are solid, the Luftsturmjägers are solid, but neither are especially fantastic, like Spetsnaz or SAS or stuff like that. So, yep, just all around good stuff, as both players are getting ready here right now. And this is your last chance, guys, to help out with the prize pool. So if you wanna get it in there, do it now. And yeah, if you want to get yourself into WARNO League Season 5, do that now as well. The sign up is open. It will start in September with Southegg, with the new divisions, and I'm really excited for all of that. And like Southegg, I think is really going to get this game back up there in like a lot of new content, a lot of new stuff, cool new units like fast recon drones and stuff like that, and good balance patches coming up there as well. So I'm really excited to see how all of that impacts. I think Warno is in a good state already when it comes to balance and all of that. The current season had a lot of variety, a lot of cool gameplay. As if we have a look at what got all played, there has been a lot of different divisions being played uh, all throughout the season. It has been a bit of an armored focus, so that getting nerfed still a bit more would be nice, but it hasn't been as prominent as before. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what we're gonna see there next season. Sign up there if you want to get in, and as said, Metrino there is around as well. And if you want to support the channel, leave a like down below. Leave a comment if you're watching this later uh, on a VOD. And yeah, thanks to all of you for watching. It has been a pleasure as always. As game is up, so we are gonna go in here. Game number 5, team in place versus Pro Commute with 8 US versus 6 Motostrelki Brigada.
Yeah, this is T-Man is getting the side that gets pushed into the backlines less, but the side that can also do more efficient aggro openers by getting into Foxtrot. I would say that getting into Foxtrot as blue is more likely than getting into Zulu as red.
Well
And
put.
even the red player pushing into Echo is the standard thing, but I still believe that for an aggressive playstyle, the blue side might be just a little bit better. At least I personally am more comfortable with it there.
I actually like the other side more for aggressive play because I like the push into Echo. But yeah, that's what makes this division the map so cool. It is pretty balanced between the sides, and both sides play a good bit different. And we had a lot of back and forth back in the past about which side is more balanced. And by now, I think the talk has mostly settled that both sides are absolutely playable. At least there are still people favoring one side or the other, and it also is just a fantastic looking map. If we just take in the atmosphere here with the crashed down planes, the still pristine looking tornadoes here on the open area, and just a really, really cool and by now iconic map of Warno as well. Played a hell of a lot in 10v10. It's like it's by far the most popular 10v10 map for some reason. I don't like it that so much there, but I really like it in 1v1.
Yeah, I think it's popular in 10v10 because it gives people this sort of self-contained areas where they can kind of do 1v1 gameplay. A lot of maps do that, but this map does it even more than the other. You have the side lanes there with the forest areas where people will just do their infantry spam fights all day long and be happy. Now, Pro Comi is doing a helicopter opener, which is not unsurprising for sixth. Escortny coming in with the AA missiles and the 2 heavy rockets. Mi2 Urns with their rocket pods and their guns. Vetted up, very dangerous unit. And even the Adder helicopter has four 7.62 machine guns. So the recon helicopter can actually engage and even destroy like a scout squad if it need be. But the one of the reasons why I think why I think T-Man does have a little bit of an advantage if he wants to go on Foxtrot is because T-Man does have the A10s, and the A10 is and the Su-25, they are proven very capable in stopping enemy attacks over the runway. Crossing the runway is a big deal. If you're on the runway, you can probably be spotted by either one of the towers all around the map or one of the really good sightline positions that surround. So if there is a mech fight where T-Man has just a slight corner of Foxtrot, the line of sight capabilities might help A10s just do very fast and very crucial damage. And Pro Komi, of course, wants to counter against this threat by sending the Tunguskas into the close ranges and then the Books on long ranges. And both of them are going towards Foxtrot and Echo. Very little offensively is getting sent Pro Komi into the urban area. And I call this urban area, the Two Towers area, Quagmire, because that is what it is. It is a trap. It is a place where you spend all of your units, you send all of your infantry, and then you never achieve anything. And Procomi wanting to avoid this and just sending in some defensive units is a pretty sound choice, I believe. Even if a T-Man wants to press through and send like the mech rifles to attack Papa, Papa is still very defensible. It is like some of the most defensible places in the rank.
Yeah, we see Escorty coming around on the other side. We have mech rifles and mech rifle dragons coming in here in good number. So it's going to be interesting to see how the LRS will keep up against the helicopters. As we have M1 Abrams coming up here immediately. They are a bit lighter than the T64 and the T80B that could come up on the other side, but none of those are out here. It's a bit of a lighter opener all around. And yeah, the Conqueror's missiles going there, trying to envelop Echo. And yeah, Echo really going to be the focal point of combat here at the beginning, as Timon is going to start defensively, and that makes sense with him not having a good defense against the helicopter from the start. He has only 2 stingers so far. I would have really liked the pivot to stay, as pivot is reliable against helicopter. Stinger, if they don't hit, they might get overrun. So that's a bit of an issue, especially if you only bring 2 of them. Like either bring 3 stingers or 2 stingers in a pivot. I think that would have been the wiser opener here, instead of the maybe a bit too many just basic infantry units here from T-Man.
Yeah, so here, Komi's typical BMP1 opener, BMP1's taking standard positions, nothing unsurprising. Spetsgruppe A is going and trying to get into the uh, flight control tower that is right next to Echo, and controlling that tower is pretty crucial because it gives you the ability to spot multiple different reinforcement routes. And if you have an ATGM around it, nearby it, the ATGMs can get very good kills. You can target the units that the blue side builds around Echo from that position. So that's often an early artillery target, and because it is so predictable. But having the Spetsgruppe there in the opener can can mean the difference between different tactics, considering the information you can get. And T-Man is opening a single M1 Abrams, not the competitive variant which can fight off Soviet tanks, but the variant that can easily eat through everything that is not is Soviet heavy.
Yeah, expecting likely a potential T55 opener. There's one card of East German T55s in the 6, so and it's pretty common to open with 2 vet T55s, like 3 or 4 of them, and there the M1 Abrams is pretty capable with its 16 frontal armor, being able to defend itself against it, and 17 pen being enough to deal good damage in return, plus its high speed allowing it to kite those. F16 here, good idea as well, but we have a Book and the Tunguska out already, so the F16 has to be careful when it wants to engage. But at least it keeps the helicopters away, so the LRS will be able to unload. Stinger's following it up, so F16 did its job here. Shouldn't dive on anything anymore. It already did do what it came for by keeping the LRS safe from the Mi-8s just jumping on top of them.
Yeah, slightly faster command vehicle, giving T-Man a 30, maybe even a 32-point advantage here in the start. 34.
F16 here. Flying in the rear, Mud CP coming down to the south. iHawk will get in there as well now to set up the anti-plane defense. Helicopters now pushing forward. There is only one Stinger so far. MiG-31 coming out immediately. With its fire and forget long-range missiles, it can just sling them out there. Only got one to fire so far. Second one coming out. Deals 8 damage per hit. Does miss another time. The accuracy is pretty low with 40%. And F-16 has 30% ECM, so MiG-31 struggling to get a hit out there. Didn't get one so far. LRS under fire. Stinger does miss. LRS trying to disengage away there from the cannons. As the Stinger tries to come around. Mostrelki and BMP gets killed off by the Ito. And Ito gets to fire one more round here. Stinger not able to get another hit out here. As, yeah, T-Man so far slightly ahead on the tick, but isn't moving his CV towards Echo just yet. So Procomi most likely is going to get a +1 in the second here for a while as well. MI2 finally gets killed. 2 Aufklärungs BMP-1s going down. And the light vehicles here dying for Procomi. That could be a bit annoying here in the long term.
Yeah, that's gonna pay itself off for T-Man. T-Man removing even the recon helicopter, because this means that the LRS squads and the M113s can just move basically freely. The threats here are the Conquerors missiles. The Conquerors missiles are taking the light vehicles off, but the Conquerors are a little bit of overkill, and this also reveals the missile launchers. Now, 2 light bombers coming in here with some pretty heavy payloads, 500-kilogram bombs. One of these Albatross aircraft gets shot down. Second one
goes down as well, and that's annoying. They only got one Ito kill. If they would have gotten both, that would have been fine. Ooh, Conqueror's getting a good hit there against the M1 Abrams.
horrible spalling.
Yeah, that one has to get repaired immediately. Procomi does ping on it, but the unit did move. It as Spets Grouper A moves around. Giacint comes out. Artillery on the battlefield. Spets Grouper will spot the M1 there, moving away. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
T-Man investing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Giacint will fire onto the spot there where the M1 is stopping, but I think the M1 is just going to move slightly out of that position. MiG-31 around, and what is T-Man investing into?
T-Man has an M110 super heavy howitzer coming in with some supply here. So this is we are transitioning into the static slugging match part of the game, where aircraft and artillery, even a second heavy howitzer coming in, we're so transitioning into artillery gameplay, and early heavy artillery buys in this game generally not the best.
Both sides here. Giacint coming out on the other side. Will snipe the LRS here in a second, likely. As the points will be nearly identical, potentially even identical here. No. 2-point advantage for T-Man, which is not really an advantage at all. As LRS under fire by the Giacint. Giacint struggling to get the hit there, actually. Really lucky there for T-Man that didn't quite get the kill. Will target the next spot immediately. M110s on the other side, going on top of the Spets Grouper and the Conquerors. The Spets Grouper likely gonna get hit, the Conquerors potentially as well. So Procomi has to be careful there as well. If he sees the artillery, he might be able to dodge in time. Giacint coming on top of the LRS with the next salvo. And gets them with the first shot this time around. T-64B coming in on the other side. Conquerors repositioning. Spets Grouper did reposition as well. Will stay alive there. Might only get a bit of damage. Mech Rifle Dragon engaging them. Spets Grouper at least fully stunned down, so the Mech Rifle have the advantage in that gunfight. But the M110 salvo at least not taking it out. Units moving around. Salvo on the top of the Conquerors. Popos coming in the cool SPW PSH, which is bringing you in a 14.5mm cannon, and also has the security trait, so it can be used as a light recon unit as well.
Yeah, as I was saying, that generally under 5 minutes buying a bunch of artillery is considered like a huge noob thing. People who start investing into turtling early on. But the fact that both of these players got instantaneously at realized that this was going to be an artillery duel now is simply because both of these divisions, as you said, they are kind of in a mirror match. They don't have massive amounts of units. The units for the Americans are generally more expensive than for 6th Motorstraßenwehr.
Oh, Team in Place has a weird attack order on the SPH going on right now. His MR10 is moving annoyingly far forward right now. I hope he realizes that and doesn't drive it into a Conqueror's range or something like that. But yeah, that MR10 is doing something wonky there right now. It keeps on moving forward. Spätzgruppe A here keeps on spotting, but the Stinger's right away getting on top of the Mi-8. Mi-8 rocket forced back. M1 pushing around here as well. Pro Commie at least has great control around Foxtrot, even pushing through the forest in the north. Teeman being really defensive there with the Bradley positioning in the north. M110, okay, realized what happens. Now uses the closer position for the next salvo against the Mod Aufklärer. Giacint and 152mm artillery on the other side will try to retaliate against the Stinger and the Mag Rifle Dragons as well. Both with really good movement on the light units though to try to dodge the artillery. But the Mod Aufklärer will go down. Mag Rifle and Stinger able to dodge it right now. And they have really, really good jumping from house to house on both sides here so far.
Yeah, and the build-up portion here, and we're already seeing Pro Commie do a bunch of build-up around Foxtrot, as well as the T-64s that are coming in through the middle here to actually force a mechanized attack. But in this moment, with two of these divisions, neither side having the momentum, neither side having the tempo to push, the concentration on the artillery is a pretty smart move, I think, because the artillery is the way that you can shape the battlefield while you are building. If you're simply turtling and just trying to target and get kills, it's going to be inefficient. But both of these are mass artillery buys were pretty clearly something to, in T-Man's case, keep the enemy further away, and in Pro Commie's case, to take out these mech rifle dragons or at least wound them so much that the standard infantry squads, Motorschützen, can actually start challenging them. Now, T-Man's vehicles are a bit too fast to be targeted by most of these artillery strikes, but the T-64B is only 50 kph and it doesn't have the best possible acceleration. And with the super heavy howitzers, if T-Man, currently none of them are aiming, even though T-Man does have a bunch of line of sight. But yeah, T-Man could potentially, if Pro Commie doesn't pay attention for just a moment, get really, really important kills. And the T-64s and T-80s will require numbers. And these things are getting bought out as veterans, which means that Pro Commie cannot afford to lose them. Not against the absolute huge amount of tanks 8th US.
I'm surprised though that we see more M1s from Team in Place instead of something like the M1A1, as the T-64s outclass the M1 Abrams. They have 2 more pen on the main gun, whilst both have the same frontal armor, though if you hit the side, that advantage does obviously go away. The T-64 of Pro Commie disengaging there. Second one should take up the mantle and get into the engagement. ATGMs here being used against the M1 Abrams in the south as well. Gets a good hit there. Second T-64 coming up. The M110s aiming against the Giacint. The Giacint hasn't been moved here. Pro Commie a bit slacking, and that might get punished. M110s shooting and getting on target, or not with the first shots actually, not dealing any damage, but getting the stun. And that might be good enough already. Conquerors in the SPH trying to get away. M110 not quite as accurate as you would want them to be, and the Giacint actually lives. Really lucky there for Pro Commie that the M110s weren't just a bit more accurate there with that salvo.
I think the M1 Abramses, the standard ones here, they are the better all-around tank in this moment because they are only 200 points. This means that there is still money to buy other core units, your Stingers, your Itos, your Scouts, and having this small group of Abramses here can fight off enemy attacks, and they don't have to duel the heaviest tanks. They only have to exist around here and provide a force which forces Pro Commie to buy even more tanks and to build up even more. And now we're seeing the first A1 Abrams, the one with the 120mm cannon that completely overpowers all sixths tanks. So I actually like this buying like 3 M1 standards and then getting into the heavy stuff. I think plays really well with this build-up slug match artillery duel style that we're seeing.
Yeah, Geosynths moving around. Teamman still is fantastic at dodging the enemy artillery here, though. Every unit that shoots, and every infantry unit of his that shoots immediately afterwards gets moved out of a building, and just doesn't allow the enemy Geosynths and 152 to get any easy shots off right now. T-64s here on the other side, though, moving pretty well. The M110s lately haven't gotten any massive value as well, but Teamman still with a bit more kills lately. As his M1's repositioned, and yeah, with the M1A1 coming in, which has 2 more frontal armor and 1 more pen and the better accuracy compared to the C64 baseline, though with the double vet, it's even in accuracy at least, is outclassing the enemy tanks here, as we already talked about earlier. M110s here coming in onto the Mortar Strike into Saperi, as the Geosynth and 152 try to get around onto the Ito. That's a good target as well. Whilst more Spätzgruppe coming in, the T-64s getting involved. And both sides artilleries now getting in here. Good movement by Procomi as well, though. Not leaving any unit in the buildings easily available for the artillery either. Ito under fire, not immediately getting moved, so the artillery shots eventually will land here. But not perfect accuracy because lack of recon for the corrected shot right now. But the Ito goes down. Okay, that's a good kill here. LRS goes down, Mech-Rifled Dragon goes down. Currently, Procomi getting back to even here, I would say, KD-wise. And Teamman has to be careful to not overextend here in this push in the south. His M1A1 has now arrived, but the T-64s are in a good spot. MiG-31 keeps the sky clear. Flies too close to the Eyehawks. Ooh, that's a lot of Eyehawk fire. But it survives. It has 40% ECM, so it can take a couple of missiles usually, but that was still a bit of a mistake by Procomi, and might open up the area for an A10 attack, though there is still a book up in the north as well.
Yeah, T-Man is getting a bunch of A1 Abrams reinforcements, as well as the Bradleys. Finally, T-Man starts using the artillery. There is so much more idle time for T-Man's artillery than Commie's, and that is like a significant advantage for Commie. But T-Man's artillery is also more supply heavy and just more powerful. So this does compensate for it a little bit. T-Man's micro with the tanks, with the Abrams here going pretty well, securing, letting the A1s, the standard models, go out there in the front to absorb some of those concourses. They have their own smoke launchers, of course, and I really like the combination of the standard units, of the standard models, model Abramses there. If those standard model Abramses had been like 2 A1s and instead all the support units were lacking, I think Procomi would be in a better position. Right now, a single Hempt is coming in, not a lot of supply for T-Man, and so the Abramses do need to run off for the moment.
Yeah, both sides keeping all their heavy tanks alive. This is such a great show of how good these players are, like not overextending any of these tanks. There still have been kills because they're also pretty good at killing stuff, but all the heavy tanks do get out there. The Toad teams getting killed off by the Geosynths, one Eyehawk getting killed off there, so yeah, bit more success lately for the artillery of Teeman. Interesting counter-artillery here from the M110s, trying to catch off the T-64s in their resupply position, their first potential one, but they did fall back a bit further. Get the Luftsturmjäger though, so that's a nice kill nonetheless. And the Geosynths this time around trying to hit the M1s on their resupply position. Will be a bit more successful, but likely not going to get a kill there either. Ooh, MiG-31 cluster though! Oh, that could be massive! Oh, it gets 3 tanks! Oh, Procomi losing both planes, but this is a potential game changer here. This might allow a massive push now in the south. There are more tanks coming in, but this was exactly what Procomi wanted to get out of this. Losing the MiG-21 AA and cluster, meaning that he still lost a good couple of points there, but T-Man lost so much tempo here now, and this might be really, really big.
It was the Spetsgruppe A. The Spetsgruppe A could still spot them from the tower, and Pro Commi's supply situation is way better, so the tanks are mostly already repaired. That T-Man buying 2 Abrams reinforcements, the big models, the good ones, but with having such a limited force of infantry, there needs to be more front line to stop Pro Commi's tanks here. T-Man, this would be the position to start taking a little bit of a risk, maybe with something like an A10, but it's still it doesn't mean T-Man can't micro against this. It doesn't mean that T-Man can't fundamentals themselves away from this. But yeah, with the second T64 card, the BV is getting bought on 0 vet. I believe they get 3 cards of heavy tanks, with the T80s being the last one. And yeah, that seem to be the numbers here for Pro Comi. And T-Man manages to get recon. T-Man does have the tanks here patrolling, but very, very importantly, for this very second, there is no recon for Pro Comi. Spetsgruppe are moved away from the tower, and currently Pro Comi is only spotting the Hempt and the standard Abrams, and nothing else on the map.
Yeah, the MiG-21 cluster is as expensive as one of those Abrams, and the other 2 planes got shut down as well, so it was a swing in favor of Pro Comi, but it was more so a tempo swing than a complete disaster point-wise. It was still painful for T-Man, but it wasn't a complete disaster point-wise. He has another M1A1 coming up, a second one even there, so he has 3 M1A1s on the battlefield again. And the tempo lead that Pro Comi got didn't really materialize in a point situation yet. He got closer to Echo again, but he hasn't gotten into Echo yet. So this actually might stabilize. TOW 2 goes down to artillery, Spetsgruppe A goes down to artillery. We have now 4 artillery pieces on the battlefield for Pro Comi, 1 152 and 3 Geosynths, so this spam is getting real now. And I don't believe T-Man will have M109s in his battlefield, so yeah, getting the Hempt there, that's annoying. As Scout moves forward.
So big. T-Man only has a signal M35. T-Man constantly has to be buying more supply. If the attack happens now, the numbers and the supply advantage for the T64s, I think it's enough right now. There are not the ITOs or the TOW 2s to cover the lines. There are some mech rifle dragons in the close zones, but even those things, their ranges are pretty limited, and the Vopos. Well, there actually is not any good recon for Pro Comi here, so even now, relying on the bow post and the security trade.
Yeah, the security trade, getting them up to good stealth once stationary, so that they can spot a bit better. But the M1A1 quality advantage here in the gunfights and the speed advantage of those tanks, allowing them a bit more mobility, might still be really handy here for T-Man. Artillery coming around. M110's actually not hitting anything though. The Conquerors moving around there. Artillery just trying to get a kill here on the M1A1s while stationary. Oh, TOW Cobra trying to be shot when flying low, but as long as it flies high, artillery won't damage it. Only stressing it out of maybe landing directly below it. As Conquerors now close enough, and there's no recon here. Both sides are so blind. Scouts are on the way. Oh no, the next MiG-21 cluster with a potential great arc gets a double kill, gets shut down. Oh, but you can't afford losses like this second one being effective like this. And this time the MiG-21 BIS AA even gets out alive. Oh, using the MiG-21 AA to bait the first IHawk missile and then getting the cluster through. Really good positioning there. Really wise gameplay there from Pro Comi. And now there's only 2 Abrams versus 5 tanks on the other side. 6 tanks on the other side. It's 5 plus BMP-1s. So, yes, it's 2 M1A1s, but 5 T60s can do that job.
Yeah, the TOW Cobras can keep up the line a little bit. Their better position to launch the ITOs can allow them to impose...
Oh no, the next one comes in! It gets out, its cluster out, it goes down. It's trading there. It's a nearly 1-to-1 trade. New M1A1s have been bought. But this is now where Procomi should be able to go through, but oh, his artillery! The artillery of Teeman gets on top of the T-64s. This is pretty big on the other side. The same goes for the M1A1 of Teeman, though. That one is pretty low on hit points as well. Oh, both sides hitting each other pretty hard here right now, but the cluster bombers should enable Procomi to at least get onto the point, get a tick online here. MiG-21 clusters, really, really deadly. Just has to be careful to not run into too many Dragons or toes here from Bradleys or Cobras. M110 goes down to counter battery fire. Teeman slacking a bit there. Oh, Teeman running out of support assets here. Bradley slowly pushing forward. He got a good couple of kills lately with his helicopters. So it's not like he didn't get anything back here late. But M110s and the heavy tank losses, that's obviously the really juicy parts. And that is what allows the UATs now to get in here and starts to get a really significant lead, most likely for Procomi.
Yeah, and Sneaky in chat is correct here. There is no AA for Comi, only the MiG-31 fighters. So T-Man could try to do something. Now the problem is that buying all of these MIA-1 Abramses are a huge points demand, and having the extra points for the extra seat planes or the A-10s, it's not necessarily realistic. Currently going pretty well for Comi. Let's see if T-Man can actually organize a good engagement. At this point of the game, it's not about the units, it's not about the hard fact, it's about the engagements, the shapes, the formations. Is this a concave or is this a convex? That really is going to be about it, and T-Man is getting concaved into those line-of-sight blocking standard forests where people or the blue side siege the middle position, but having all of that supply, all of those vehicles, all those toes there, it's pretty clear where artillery needs to be firing, and Comi has so much of
it. Yeah, M110 and the Hyacinth on the other side's got both go for the UATs CVs. And yeah, it's a slight point lead still. It's only a +1 right now, but that point lead is really significant for Procomi. Procomi just has to be careful to not overextend with his tanks at any point, because if he does, the M1A1s are kind of unstoppable here, and they will just go for Foxtrot most likely. Meanwhile, the Cobras and the Bradleys can keep off the Procomi tanks decently well. MI2 Yearns coming forward again. There are a couple of Stingers still around. LRS getting pushed. Artillery here. Trying to go for the Cobras. Get Cobras whilst reloading. TOW2 team under fire as well. BMP2 and Me2 Yearn on the other side. Going down as well. M1A1s pushing forward. T-64s are the slower tanks, but they were moving early enough that they won't be found. Bradley helps out the M1A1s to get on top of this, but the next cluster coming in! And it gets another kill, and the Ihawks. The Ihawk is out of ammo. Oh, this is devastating.
Third time's the charm. Third time the attack wasn't, the bombing run wasn't completely catastrophic. Once again, the AA bait plane gets caught here, but now the Abramses are moving in, and the T-64 send their Cobra missiles, stun the first Abrams out there, and now all of them have to leave because they are getting way too close to getting sideshot.
Oh, Tunguska now going way too close, getting shut down. Procomi has to be careful. Yeah, CV goes down to the artillery. Procomi has to be careful to not overextend too much of his AA here, as he lost the MiG-21s as well, and then maybe some airplay might be possible here for Teeman, but obviously Teeman doesn't know what we know. Like, he doesn't see that he got all of that. MiG-31 coming around here on the other side, just trying to keep everything up there. We see a lot of mech rifles coming around. I'm not sure if there's any more M1s left in the deck of Teeman. That's a real issue at this stage. MiG-31 getting some shots out. F-16 solo won't be able to do anything here. So it will fall back once more. MiG-31 not able to get the hits on target at least. As the M1A1s here in the center now taking the fight. M1A1 Abrams is routed. And we have more mech rifles coming in here. M110 out of ammo. M1A1 goes down to the ATGM wall. Oh no. I believe it got sideshot there whilst falling back. Bradley under artillery fire. will likely go down as well. Oh, Pro Commie is in a really good position now. The T-64 push coming forward. Artillery aiming up, trying to get on top of the Bradley. And yeah, it seems like T-Man is out of tanks, and this is a really devastating position to be in now. The cluster plane really doing it.
Pro Commie's artillery is out of ammunition. There's a bunch of hyacinths there just not being able to fire at anything, but they probably have paid for themselves already.
Yeah, more artillery coming in. He has more Ural snaps also being able to, so he will be able to resupply them here. It's not the his deck being completely empty yet, and there are no tanks on the other side, so planes could be the only saving grace here for T-Man. And I think T-Man is kind of baiting out the MiG-31s right now. MiG F-16 going back home, and yeah, I think... Oh, 2 more M1A1s being bought actually, okay. So it isn't quite it for the tank department. This likely going to be the last 2 ones now. And there is still the cluster plane, that's the issue. It still is alive. The Ihawks might be able to get it earlier this time. Artillery here still getting on target. And lately not as many units of Pro Commie died. Motor Strike is at least getting taken out here. Mech Rifles doing a decent job. T-64 pretty damaged, but not dead. How far will they fall back? They will fall back a decent bit. So T-Man plays MR10 that tries to get them, won't get them. M1A1 versus T-64. T-64 has the advantage there against the M1. It's only a normal M1. And that means that M1 should smoke off and disengage. Especially as artillery will likely get on top of it in a second here as well. Oh, T-Man doesn't smoke it off, loses it to a gunfight. Artillery won't be able to get the other side. Ihawk goes down to artillery as well. T-Man in a rough spot now. Doesn't have the M1A1s to push back the T-64s, which kill his motor Strelkys mech rifles right now. The M1A1's still on the way to the front line, and his front line currently is taking horrible, horrible trades.
I feel like 8th US's inefficiencies have finally come to pass here. T-Man held for so long, but just getting those massive hits into your economy of 270-point tanks just getting removed, to 275-point tanks removed, and forcing you to rebuy them, and giving Pro Commie the ability to just build up this wide front line. There is so much extra supply for Commie. There are Vopos, there are...
Oh no, M1A1 getting caught resupplying. Oh, it's moving away. It will live. It will live, but it's down to 1 hit point. It just can't get the resupply done. Counter battery trying to get the Geosynth, but a single one will have to be lucky to get the job done. Geosynth gets hit, but a second good hit needs to be there to get the kill, and that second hit is not there. And the M1A1 has to be repaired once more. Hawk helicopter coming around. No 8 hands around, nothing like that, which could really be swingy right now. But by now there are also a couple of Tunguskas around. No Book yet. And M113 down. M1A1 once more routed. Escorty trying to come around. Stinger and Bradley engaging it. Escorty likely gonna get some rockets into the mech rifles. Stinger will get on target this time around. Will get the kill. M1A1's here pushing forward, but there's a double Conqueror's position. That's where the M110 should shoot next. As they get a stun on one of the M1A1s. No kill though. F-16 out. No planes. Double MiG-21. There's the cluster again. Ihawks and Stingers not around. F-16 comes in too late. Goes for the... Oh, the cluster goes down. And it doesn't get the kill this time, but the M1A1 is low. It needs to smoke off. Come on, T-Man. Get it out of there. ATGM's coming in. T-Man, smoke? No. No smoke. As we have a surrender, and Pro Commie does take it. 3-2. GGVP here. Oh no. Wait. It was a disconnect from T-Man? Ooh. We have a chat going in. But yeah, it's a GGVP from T-Man here. And yeah. Pro Commie does take it in the end. So, unfortunate ending here. but Procomi was in the leading seat there, and Team and Plays really great games there. Yes. Yeah, 6 Motorstrike here does win it again. The drama, yeah. But Procomi is our first 2-time champion, as that would have been a really tough time. At the same moment, our friend Clorard had a PC crash as well. So, yeah, not quite sure what happened there. Luckily, no crash this time for me. But yeah, GGVP here. Unfortunate ending there. It, at least, I think, was the right way around in the end anyway, though. I don't see how Teeman really could have come back from this at this stage with only 10 minutes left, the point ticking for Procomi, and his forces being really exhausted there. At least he got the last cluster bomber there, but yeah, this was a great show nonetheless. And yeah, well played here, Team and Plays and Procomi, our 2 previous champions, giving us a great run, and we have now Procomi as the first 2-time champion. So 3-2 victory here, and yeah, that means WARNO League champion. Season 3, Season 4 is the same as Season 2. Procomi taking it 3-2 here in a really exciting game and a really exciting series. And yeah, the arty play was fantastic on both sides. Teeman here just congratulating. And we're gonna ask Procomi for a quick winner interview, and hopefully our friend Clorard will be able to join us back here in a second as well, as I'm not sure if his PC crashed down because of the game as well. And yeah, let's... Okay. Yeah, the MiG-21 cluster were pretty dope. Okay, and yeah, we're gonna have Procomi joining us here for a quick interview here. So if you have any questions for him, put them in the chat now, so that we can get them in a second here as well. Well. So yeah, this is quite the series here. Bit of a drama here on the end. The arty play was insane on both sides, but especially on Procomi. Like that arty constantly flying in there. Giacins getting fantastic kills, constantly keeping the iHawks and the toes on their toe, getting a couple of important kills outside of it as well. The MR10 counter kill there being good. And yeah, let's get Procomi in here. And congratulations there to the victory. No, that didn't work out. Let's get him checked in here as well. Congratulations to the victory there, Procomi.
Oh,
what a series.
Hello, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a great final.
Yeah.
That was really hard. Yep.
It was one of the best we ever had.
One is yes, just score is 2-3, right? It's
yes.
The first time when grand final has this score. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here. Yes.
And a really good game, number 5 there as well. A bit unfortunate with this disconnect, but I think it's fair to say that you had it there in the end with that fantastic artillery play coming out and just completely taking away all the support assets. That was fantastic.
Thank you. Yes, this disconnect is unfortunate, but anyway, kill death score is 1.23, and I have +1, 10 minutes left. I don't think he could do anything else.
Yeah, no, I
No,
think
no, I mean, it was a great game. Thanks him for game, but that's over. When the first my cluster kills the two his tanks, the second one kills three tanks, and wave by wave it repair or repeat, and also I have four guns of RT, and he has only two,
yeah,
like math.
yeah. How did you feel going into this series? Like after the game number 1, when you got into a longer game and he grinded you down there a bit. Like, how did you feel after that one?
I feels like great great
Sorry.
Eugens make this brilliant division. Just I have no so much shells like
Yeah,
he has so much infantry health. That was really painful, and I just forgot about this OP division. I played this right now. I playing 3 games at the one time, like Broken Arrow, Warno, and Wargamer Dragon. It, that was my first game from the previous tournament at FOP tournament, when I lose 0-2 to Griffon, and Griffon just show me that that's not war game or Broken Arrow. There is something else. Mechanics. I lost this point, but now I'm
Yeah.
little better.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm calling in here from my phone because I'm not actually sure what crashed my computer. It actually could have been an overheating. So I'm calling from my phone right now. I think the PC just can handle itself. But yeah, I just want to congratulate you for coming from like an amazingly played games here. Of course, you know the ninth United States game on the 2 legs could have gone better, of course. But T-Man really is very tough nut to crack, and the fact that you can do this reliably, I think it's a long time ago I was claiming that you could be the best WARNO player, and I think after this, at least for the moment, this question has been settled.
yeah, and we have a couple of questions in the chat as well, especially regarding the last game.
Okay.
What? When did you decide to go mass artillery at this point? Like, was it the game plan from the get-go, or was it like when the first helicopter opener didn't go so well that you decided it, or like what was the idea? Like, when did you decide? Okay, let's go a lot of hyacinths.
At the last game, right?
Yeah,
I see my helicopters could not kill the LRC on the airport terminal, and also I see some ATGM positions. I understand that he has some Stingers and Hawk. When I lost my first Delphins, you saw my Delphins, just one of them killed Ito, and both of them died. So I needed to destroy his defense. No, at this moment, when my Delphins died, I see he has no blob of tanks, so I don't need at this moment my cluster plane. I see his good defense, anti-air defense, also ATGM positions. I see this. I need to methodical destroy this. So I bring first Geatsint, and when I saw the double M his arty with 4 HE. I bring the D20 and also the next all my arty when I saw
Yeah.
that he also won't play the long game.
Yeah. Okay. That's, I think, exactly what Dotspy wanted to hear, intel-wise, to because that's like those are the great insights for newer players to understand, like how guys like you and Timon make these decisions. Like, but I think this is one of the hardest things to learn: when to switch on to a slower, steadier playstyle, and when to keep up the pressure, especially on maps like this. So yeah, really cool insight. Another question was regarding Phobos, because we saw them a lot in this game, and we kind of saw a bit of a lack of other recon. Were they kind of your recon replacement, or like the Volkspolizei, the Phobos in the SPW PSH, like those East German police forces?
I don't think I correctly understood the question.
Like,
What?
like how
How
strong?
I pick the positions for my recon or what?
No, how strong do you think the Phobos are, and do you use them instead of normal recon?
Fopos.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Fopos is like Whopper is burger at our Burger King in Russia. Whopper is the name of burger, so we call them Whopper.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I think for the 40 фу, блядь, 50 points, it's brilliant price for some man who can be like gun meat
Yeah.
and the KPV. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Just for get better your temp of assault.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yes, your tempo. Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah. Sorry. I would also like to ask a question. So in the last game, the MiG-21 clusters, how long were you holding on to those planes? How long until did you think about sending them out earlier? Were you like thinking like, oh no, this is not good enough, this is not good enough? And secondly, how good
Yes,
did it
yes.
feel when T-Man sent the 4 tanks out there in the group?
Yes. I saw this. I and When I asked about when I bring my RT, I said that I also want to bring a cluster bomber, but I don't think he's big blob. So I'm waited for this moment when he will not enough to. He lost his блять. He lost his view that at the
Line of
sky.
sight, line of sight,
like
radar.
maybe no, like he didn't see my air plane in 20 minutes maybe, and no 50 minutes, and he will lost his careful feeling about this. I don't
yeah.
know
Yeah,
how to
when
Yeah.
say.
he when
Sorry.
he so do you mean that after you had not seen the airplane yet, that T-Man became careless, and then you realized that T-Man had no
Yes.
information? Yes. And also, I did you mean
Yes.
that T-Man did not have AA spotting, like radar AA?
He lost one of the
No.
Eyehawks
He
to
has.
artillery.
He has.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh, uh, Maybe it. No. It will. It was after my first strike by air. No, by блядь, cluster bombers. That's just when he has much of army units, ground units, he must pay for his attention for this ground unit, and he has no time to mm, see what going on the sky like this. He uh, he paid attention how save his tanks by my arty, where he need to supply and all these little stuffs, and just lost.
So you so you
just
wanted
lost a view.
to so you wanted to overextend. When you say view, you're not talking about line of sight. You're talking about kind of control of understanding that.
Yes. Control. Right.
Yes. You had you overpowered your enemy's capacity to deal with all the shit that you were sending. You had the numerical advantage. You had good positions. Yeah, and even with T-Man, at some point there is a limit to only making good decisions, and you really did find that limit.
I also want to say about the fourth game, when my 9 USA game. Just I wanted to play it really fast, really quick, and just make fast attack on my point, and after on his 2 point. But Tman at this game was so carefully. He was so
Yeah.
cautious. He stayed and did not do nothing. He just do nothing and just defense. I needed to get some points. I lost much of my stuff at this attacks, and after just good armor, good air defense, make the deal by his side. So it was unfortunate for me. I wanted a quick game, but he didn't want this, and he make me to play his game.
Yeah, the classic Teeman game. If he doesn't fall in the opener, he is really hard to beat, and that's what makes it even more impressive in my eyes that you beat him in a long game in the last game, really showing how insanely strong you are as well. Like, because I believe there's only a handful of players who has a chance against Teeman in the late game, and you even were able to beat him there pretty handily in game number 5 with two divisions that are similar in power levels. So congratulations there, and really excited to see you in the next tournaments, and hopefully see Teeman there again, so we maybe can get a rematch there once more.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this question was already. Oh, please. No, I was saying I'm sorry if this question has already been asked, but what was the thing that T-Man's division or T-Man's tactic that you were really afraid of? What was the something that you did not want to deal with, that you banned, for instance, or?
I don't want a long game. I don't want this. Yes, I know he is the player who can just do nothing at the first 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, and at the last, and the last 10 minutes, he will make a crash of your everything of your computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
didn't want to play this. I didn't want to play this at the fourth game, but at the fifth game, I thought he will play the same tactic. So I need to play with him at his field.
Yeah.
And
that is something I have.
He also could play. He also could win me at the fifth game. He has much ways to do this, but just micro my air strikes and micro RT make little разница.
Mistake?
I killed a little more than he's killed me, and it was a little point, 1 minute by 1 minute when I do this, and final is you see the final.
Yeah, It's about the small differences, and you were just a bit better there with the RT play, and that really paid off big in the end. So, yeah, really excited. You were by far the strongest two players this season, though that doesn't mean that the others can't step it up next season. So I'm really excited to see. Unfortunately, no Skific next season again, but I'm really excited to see with the new players from Division 2. And yeah, do you have any other players coming up that you think are really scary next season? Like, who are the other players you currently feel like have it in them to uh, be scary in the grand finals like this?
I don't scare anyone.
That's what I kind of wanted to hear. So
just,
yeah,
just come and try to win me.
okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
once
that's
more,
right, Stardeck. You come and get him.
yeah. Thanks for all of you for watching, and yeah, thanks for these amazing games, Prokomi. Thanks for joining us here. And yes,
Also, thank you for this tournament. Also, really thank you. I will say the same words I said the previous tournament when I won this. Thank you. You're a big part of community, and you are Führer. Блядь. Sorry, I don't know, блядь, вождь. Uh, you are commander of this community. Führer as in Deutsch. I don't know in the English what is.
a leader, I think you is what you are.
A leader, right?
Yeah.
In a
I am
position of
sorry.
respect.
Yeah. So yeah. But yeah,
блядь.
thanks for that. And yeah, if you have any other final words, feel free to get them out. And yeah, otherwise, I would end it here. Thanks to all of you for watching, guys. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all of you who contributed to the prize pool and to the channel. And yeah, we will see you all next time in September with WARNO League Season 5, with Salvac, with another balance patch, hopefully with a balanced diff mob. And see you all there, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Did you end this?
I ended.